morning. My name is Tom Gray, and I'm delighted to welcome you to the second day of AICon 2020. I hope you'll agree that yesterday was an excellent first day as we looked at artificial intelligence in fintech, the arts, and in the research and innovation spaces. Like yourselves, I listened with interest to the update on the AI Centre of Excellence, and I was heartened to see the needs of industry being put front and centre. I'm really grateful to the work that Adrian and particularly Michael has done to pull the business case together, keeping a focus on the need to support the application of AI to real business challenges and opportunities. I'm less heartened to hear that we're pretty close to getting it started. We really need to get it started. Remember, laggards in AI tend not to catch up. But while our public sector may be moving slower than we'd like, in some ways, we're also going to see some real trailblazers today. We're going to have a conversation about the recently released National Data Strategy. We're going to see how AI is being used to innovate in the rail sector. We look at how AI is being used in film, TV, and games, how Liberty Mutual is finding real value in AI, and we look at some of the innovative startups that are currently taking part in the Tech Nation's Applied AI program. During this crazy summer, one of my high points was being involved in judging the Applied AI call, and I was invigorated by the range of talent and innovation on display from across the UK. And I was delighted, if not surprised, to see that Northern Ireland startups holding their own in really strong competition. We're going to hear from some of those next. As always, I hope that everybody gets something from the day. If not, or if you have any feedback at all, please let us know. And I'm truly grateful to everybody who's given up their time to be here today. I'm going to steal another few minutes of your time to thank our generous sponsors, without whom we just couldn't run an event like this. Those are Invest Northern Ireland, Digital Catapult, Matrix, Allstate, Liberty IT, and of course our headline sponsor, Kainos, who continues to be exceptionally generous with both time and money to allow me to do things like this. And of course, we wouldn't have an event without our chairs who have put together the sessions that you've heard and will hear. That's Adrian Johnson from Digital Catapult, Ruth McGuinness from Kainos, Fiona Brown from Detactics, and Henry Race-Davis from Tech Nation. And of course, Austin Tanney, who has helped with pretty much everything. I'm also exceedingly grateful to our speakers who've given up their time to share their knowledge and experience with us. And of course, I'm grateful to you, our audience. Thank you again. And of course, I need to call out the team at Ashling Events, especially Conla and Amy. They've pulled together this event brilliantly, as usual, and they remain just plain awesome. Now, I said yesterday that I had an exciting announcement to make today, and for once, that's not hype. It really is exciting. Not a lot of people know this, but one of the inspirations for Beltech, and thus AICon, was a series of events that MIT Technology Review has been running since 1999. These are called MTech, short for Emerging Technology, and they cover the full gamut of science, engineering, and well, all tech-related topics. And through a series of circumstances that you really don't need to know, MIT Tech Review asked me if I knew anyone who would like to run EM Tech events in Europe. Did I ever? So enter Conla, Marcin, and Ashling Events. So given that, I'm delighted to announce that Belfast has secured the rights to host the prestigious MTech Europe conference in 2021, 22, and 23. MTech Europe will be hosted digitally from Belfast in 2021, bringing together Europe's brightest and best technology leaders, researchers, and innovators to inspire for insight, for networking, and for collaboration. And then in 2022 and 23, hopefully, we'll bring the conference back to its physical form at a central Belfast location. MTech Europe is going to bring really bold thinking and innovative ideas to life as it examines the technologies and forces influencing our world today, whether it's artificial intelligence, biomedicine, cybersecurity, neuroscience, connected systems, green tech, anything that's going to shape how we live, learn, and do business over the coming decade. Now, this won't take anything away from Beltech and AICon, but will allow us to look at a much broader canvas and is going to help us reinforce the position of Belfast as a tech city today and into the future. So needless to say, I'm really looking forward to helping curate MTech Europe, and I can think of no better team to make it happen than Ashling Events. It's going to be brilliant. So first up today, we've got Henry from TechNation, and he's going to be running a session on applied AI, and he's going to join you now just after this short video.
Good morning, everybody. I hope your Friday is off to a good start. Thanks so much, Tom, for the introduction. And as Tom said, my name's Harry Davis. I focus on applied AI here at TechNation. And in this session, we'll be hearing from entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs using AI, but specifically entrepreneurs that use AI to solve real-world problems. And we're going to be hearing from AI companies and AI startups from across the UK. And it's great to see as well within that so many Northern Irish companies on display as well. So we're going to be delving into that over the course of the next hour. Before I go into those founders and those companies, I thought I'd tee up with a little bit of context on TechNation and what we do. I'll go into a little bit more about our focus on AI and applied AI and what that really means. And then we'll hear from some of the founders directly as well too. So going straight into it, TechNation is a government-backed body. We were set up a number of years ago now as a merger between Tech City and Tech North, and very much have the remit to champion UK tech and to put tech at the forefront of UK growth, and to really shout about all of the great work that happens all across the UK within technology startups. And our mission really is to unlock the growth potential of 1,000 scale-up teams over the course of the next few years, 2022. And we very much focus on how we support scale-up companies, really with both with respect to their founders, but then also their executive teams as well. So we have a focus not just on supporting CEOs, but also their CTOs, their COOs, VP marketing, and what have you as well too. We're led by a series of exited or late stage entrepreneurs. Some you'll recognize there. So for example, Sarah Woods, the co-founder of Unruly, or Stephen, who was the former CEO of Sage. So it's very much a network of entrepreneurs supporting other entrepreneurs, all of whom have experience across a multitude of different companies like Skype, eBay, Orange, and what have you as well. And it's very much a national network, as Tom said there in the introduction. As TechNation suggests, we're very much about championing the UK really across its entirety, across the country. And you'll see we have 11 engagement managers all across the country. Gary sits in Northern Ireland. You may have heard from Gary yesterday in one of the panels. And we have an entrepreneur engagement manager like Gary sitting in Wales, Scotland, each region of England as well too. And their job really is to champion their region, but then also to really be helpful for entrepreneurs in the region, to connect them with people that could be useful for their growth, be that startup programs, investors, other entrepreneurs, or what have you as well. And we really support founders through a multitude of different things. I touched upon the engagement managers, but we also then launch reports for the digital economy. So we have a TechNation report coming out soon, which really looks at the state of the union, if you like, for UK tech and looks at how we're doing internationally. We run the TechNation Visa scheme. So really this is a mechanism for anybody who's from outside the UK looking to work in UK tech can apply for this and get an endorsed visa to work in a technology startup or otherwise. And we run a series of programs for founders, which I'll come on to. But in essence, they're peer-to-peer networks. They're all free. We don't take any equity. And it's really all about getting like-minded founders together, all of whom have similar challenges at a similar stage. And it's really about learning from each other and learning from later stage founders as well too. We'll break that down a little bit to what that means for AI. And you'll see here in the bottom right, applied AI is one of the areas of focus for us. And we'll be hearing a little bit more about that in a second. We put about 2,000 companies through programs since 2014, lots of whom you'll recognize, particularly those in our later stage programs. Some like Darktrace, Deliveroo, Just Eat, Monzo, really those sorts of high growth companies that really are champions of UK tech. And we look to get behind them and support them and really convene around them. Those have gone on to raise about 20 billion odd in investment now, with about 9 IPOs. So some really fantastic companies there that really flying the flag for UK tech. And really our programs look like this. We have some early stage programs for founders, kind of seed stage. Rising Stars, for example, is just announcing its latest batch of companies, and some fantastic companies coming through from Northern Ireland there. We have companies that are pre-Series A, and Applied AI being a focus area there too. And that's really for companies now that are looking to really start accelerating their growth into a Series A. And then we have later stage programs much focused on post-Series A companies, so those that are really now looking at accelerating their growth, having proven some sort of product market fits. And then we have a program called Future 50, which is really for those companies post-Series B, the likes of Monzo, Starling, Babylon Health, etc. as well too. My focus is very much on Applied AI, and this is a free national program for companies really across the UK using artificial intelligence at the core of their product. And you'll be hearing from a few of them later on as well too. And really, I suppose we have a firm focus on areas at TechNation that are strategic to the UK. And we've really seen, I suppose, a real expansion of AI and deep tech across the country over the past few years. And you can just see really from 2014 to 2019, that the sort of staggering growth in investments in AI across the UK. And it really now is following a similar trajectory to other UK strengths like fintech and what have you as well too. We're really seeing, I think, besides growth in AI deals and investments in AI startups across the UK, we're really seeing now, I think, a real deepening and a prevalence of support there for AI and deep tech across the country. And we're starting to see now, I think, a little bit more of a spread of AI-focused or deep tech VCs. So, the likes of an Amadeus or an IQ Capital or Local Globe. But then also, I think, a really well-covered program for founders as well, using AI. And we heard about the Digital Catapult earlier. We've got our programs as well too, but we've also got then Creative Destruction Labs, Entrepreneur First, Conception X, really fantastic programs now that are starting to get these companies started and are really funneling talented people, talented academics, or talented people with an entrepreneurial and AI background into starting a company and really, I suppose, from the ground up, building the future of what this ecosystem looks like. And as you probably heard over the past couple of days, we've really now had a real prevalence of talent coming out of our universities in the AI space as well. And really, if you look at the most cited academic papers in the UK really is, I suppose, the third in the world for the highest impact research. And really that's across the UK, which is particularly good to see. And as well as that, you've got institutions, of course, like DeepMind, which had their breakthrough the other day as well. So we're really seeing now, I suppose, a real expansion in the AI ecosystem for startups in the UK. And we're seeing now, I think, increasingly great examples of AI companies that are starting to reach a meaningful level of scale. And I mentioned DeepMind, but also if you look at GraphCorp, which is backed by a big US investor, Sequoia, same for Tessian, Darktrace, Signal AI. These companies now are reaching a real meaningful level of scale and are flying the flag for UK tech. And we're starting to see now, I suppose, this wave of what was then, I suppose, an early, more nascent AI ecosystem now really mature into something that is really, really genuinely exciting. And we're starting to see that increasingly now. But I think having said that, one thing we see is, scaling an AI company has very unique challenges as a startup founder. And we still see that despite all of the talk of the impact that AI can have, and despite a lot of hype, we still see that post Series A, it's still relatively nascent, still relatively early. And so, really, I suppose within Dame Wendy Hall's findings came the AI and data sector deal through government a few years ago. And very much a part of that was a desire to look at how do we champion scale up companies using AI, not just those that have just started in an early stage, but how do we see more companies like these reach a meaningful level of scale all across the UK? And we wanted to put together a program to support those founders really across the country, get to that level of scale, really taking into account the unique challenges that they have. And that could be from really across the challenge of finding the right investor as a deep tech company, acquiring talent, thinking about the unique ways in which you'd sell a product using AI. And we'll hear about some of those directly from the founders later. But this is very much what that program aims to help. And we've just started with a new cohort of 32 companies, which we'll go into in a little bit. We put 29 companies through it last year, so 51 in total, all in a range of different spaces. It's a 6-month program, it's free, and it's very much about supporting founders as they learn from each other on areas really that we see as particularly challenging for AI first companies in particular, not just for the CEOs, but then also for the CTOs, COOs, and what have you as well. And we also hear from later stage founders and seasoned entrepreneurs as well. As Tom said, we always select our companies through an expert panel of judges from across the country. Delighted to have Tom with us this year. And we also had investors, some companies like Amadeus as part of that too, or Nathan Baniak at Air Street Capital. Mix of government as well too. So Sana, the head of Government Office for AI, Tabitha, the chair of the AI Council. So really we're trying to convene people around these companies and really try and select the best of the best that we put through it. And then the scale coaches that we bring back are really those practical experiences of scaling. So people like Hussein Kasaid on Fido come back and talk about how he raised a Series A. We had Mark Logan yesterday, the COO of Skyscanner, talking about how to scale your operations. And we heard from Dave Palmer, for example, the other week at Darktrace, talking about how to productize and build a product. So really it's about learning from each other as founders and learning from shared experiences, but then also hearing from later stage founders as well. Sorts of companies that go through it. These we had last year. So we had companies like Servest, who are really building really a cutting edge platform now, looking at how do you model the impact of climate change and how do you model that for resilience, but how do you measure that for decision makers, and then also security as well, and looking at how can you tell how certain geographies will be impacted by the effects of climate change, and how does that relate to policy? So he's built up a really incredible team of data scientists, climate scientists around that. We've got companies like Gray Parrot there, so Michaela in the top left, who's building an AI platform, a robotics platform for really understanding and sorting waste. So really granularly being able to determine the differences between certain plastics and being able to sort that in such a way that we can increase the magnitude of our recycling by a huge degree. And we're still actually incredibly inefficient in the way we recycle in the 21st century. And Gray Parrot is very much trying to accelerate that into our net zero goals as well. And we've had a variety of different companies like Sensat go through it, who raised a big Series A with Tencent last year. Then a few others like Latent Logic, which was acquired by Waymo. And that's very much focused on how you understand really, I suppose, human behavior and how that relates to autonomous systems and autonomous vehicles as well. So these are the sorts of companies that we pick, all AI first, all trying to solve real challenges in the real world, and all aiming to be eminently scalable as well in what they do as well too. So we really hope that these companies go on to become the sorts of companies that you might hear as a household name in future. As I said, we've just launched our second program of 32 companies. We've got a real mix here of companies in pharma, or healthcare. So companies like Racco here are really, I suppose, using cutting edge quantum machine learning for drug discovery, and they're backed by Bulverton at an early stage. And Panacea there is looking at how you use artificial intelligence for diagnosing more effectively lung cancer. We've got companies like Nplan, backed by Local Globe, and they're looking at how do you model complexity and understand complexity in the context of construction and infrastructural projects. Companies like Vector AI there, who look at how do you make sort of very manual business processes much more efficient, particularly with respect to paperwork. So they're looking at they're currently working with a tier 1 bank on how do you automate the sheer amount of paperwork that those banks have. And you can imagine, particularly now where everybody's working from home, how impactful that can be. And all the way to use cases like Archangel there, who have a platform of artificial intelligence on the edge, and all sorts of use cases there, from one in particular that's quite interesting, which is looking at how you cut down on poaching of rhinos, for example, using drones and AI in a variety of countries. So a real variety of use cases there. And then finally, companies like iLoft, which are using AI for precision diagnosis and precision medicine, really to try and find cures or treatments for diseases like Alzheimer's. So a really, really interesting mix of companies across pharma, construction, healthcare, even looking at things like disinformation online. And we'll be hearing some, without stealing their thunder, we'll be hearing some companies like Catalai and Sono Analytics later on as well too. Roughly in terms of the scope of these companies, we've got 32. They're roughly at the moment around about average 14 employees. They've raised usually around about 2.3, 2.4 million. And typically they're early a little bit on the revenue spectrum, but you typically tend to see that in deep tech, I would say. And it's really now about having built something fundamentally interesting. How now do we scale into the sorts of metrics that you want to see for a bigger Series A rounds? And we'll hear about some of the challenges of that from some AI companies in a second as well. That's hopefully a useful tee up for what's to come. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Ria in a second, who's going to talk a little bit about the session, introduce you to some AI founders who are applying AI across a variety of different sectors. And we'll be hearing then some of the challenges they have. But in the meantime, if you do want to reach out to learn more about the program, you can use that link there to find out a little bit more about what we do. And as always, if you want to learn more, if you feel like you want to hear more about the companies, do send me an email, and I'm very reachable on that email address. It's a little bit of a long one, but take a photo, and hopefully you can reach me that way. Thanks for the time. Do reach out if I can be helpful, and looking forward to hearing more from the companies.
When you get under TechNation's umbrella, it's like being part of a family. They put you in some amazing places and they introduce you to some amazing people.
First of all, having an amazing group of other founders to share their journey with. We're facing similar problems, similar challenges, similar excitements, and it's been really beneficial to be able to advise each other, support each other.
The fact that the programs are so specific, that's really what makes it very valuable. Everyone we've met on the workshops and everything has all been relevant to this exact moment in time for this exact group of people.
We've certainly been introduced to a number of really useful people for us in terms of the investment community. When we next do a raise, we have a bunch of different people that we now have a relationship with. We've got the badge of TechNation behind us almost as a seal of approval so that they know that we're serious and genuine.
The thing you have least of as a founder is time, and so having a group of other people who can save you time by getting you there more effectively. You have to make a lot of mistakes, you don't have to make all of them. So I think, yeah, having access to that is invaluable in that sense.
If you're an early stage company, especially dealing with AI, and it's quite a new generation of companies developing these technologies, this is an amazing opportunity to meet your peers and have really a support system at the very beginning of your growth journey.
We've had direct clients out of the experience, people have bought our services because of it. We've met other people in similar situations that we've learned from, and we have had an absolute riot. We've had a really, really good time, and our business is better because of it.
Thanks to Harry for the intro to TechNation and what we do. So I'm fortunate enough to work with Harry on the Applied AI program. So there's been lots of great discussions on a number of topics related to AI throughout the conference. And this is an opportunity to hear and learn from startup founders who are utilising AI and making an impact in the real world. We have our brilliant panellists today. So we have Terry Canning, CEO at Catalai, Matthew Alderdice, Head of Data Science at Sonrai Analytics, and Alistair McKinley, who is CTO at Analytics Engines, and Alex Raheen, who is CTO at Savest. So they will be kicking off by sharing 5-minute introductions on what they and their companies do to give you a real sense of what they're working on right now. So directly after their introductions, we'll be launching our panel discussion. So Terry, you're up first.
Thank you very much, Rhea. Yeah, guys. So I'm going to be presenting the Catalyte pitch. I'm going to give you a little bit of background about myself first of all, for context. This is my second business. I grew up on a dairy farm, studied engineering, and I worked for about 10 years in the cloud computing world. So I worked for various companies like Nortel Networks. I worked in Silicon Valley. I worked in Ottawa. I worked in Beijing. But our focus then was building cloud applications. And then in 2004, I applied that knowledge to the livestock industry and founded a company called Farm Wizard, which I grew up over the next 10 years until we're managing about 4 million cattle. And I sold that business in 2015 to the Wheatsheaf Group. So our focus within agriculture, as you know, is quite a sleepy industry. But what we need to do is to collect as much data as possible. We need to get as much data from farmers about their livestock as we can, because once we get that data, we can help the farmers make better decisions, become more efficient, but more and more importantly, we can monitor and improve animal welfare. Animal welfare is really a big issue at the minute, especially with the emergence of alternative proteins and the vegan movement. We as an industry, we really need to be able to demonstrate that we can monitor and improve animal welfare. And that's where Catalyte comes in. So what we do is we place low-cost 2D security cameras around a milking parlour. We then pull that footage, and it's just MP4 type standard video footage, and we run this footage through various neural networks. So we spent the last 12 months building neural networks that can segment cows from the video, that can identify them, and that can derive specific insights that point to both welfare and performance. And we can feed those insights back to the farmer so they can make a decision, for example, to treat an animal, to repair its foot. And where appropriate, we share that right across the supply chain. People that are interested in producing or selling those farm goods to consumers and want to be able to demonstrate that the animals are meeting high levels of animal welfare standards. So a little bit of history about the company. I set it up in January last year, and this really demonstrates the propulsion that we've built up in a really short period of time. But in January last year, we were just putting cameras on my brother's 70-cow farm. I then went out and looked for people who had the knowledge of this type of technology, AI knowledge and image analytics. And I was very lucky to be introduced to Adam Askew, my co-founder, who had spent 12 years working in Philips using this type of technology for cancerous tumor detection. So him and his colleague David worked with me on a demonstrator, which allowed us to go and get a proof of concept plus grant from Techstars, which then allowed us to go and engage Tesco. Tesco, as you know, the UK's largest grocery retailer, they would have direct contracts with 800 dairy farmers. When they saw what we were planning to do, the ability to autonomously collect welfare data on the cows, they became committed as trialists. We then built a demonstrator. Adam came full-time in the business in October and raised 750k seed funding from both Techstars and InvestNI. And that allowed us to build out the team. Adam brought with him a team of data scientists and developers from Philips, which was a real fantastic start for us. We then started working on our data sets. So we started with 1,500 cows across 3 farms associated with the University of Liverpool. We then brought another 4,500 that took us to 6,000. Then we brought on our first US herd. And what we do is we develop, we use those labeled data sets to develop algorithms. And those algorithms we then use to train and to then monitor the animals. So most recently, we've opened a 2 million funding round, and that's pretty much nearly closed. So we'll be hiring, we expect to close that probably before the end of the year. So we expect to be hiring early next year. And the other thing we're doing at the minute is, prior to starting our Tesco pilot, our initial welfare monitoring algorithms are being validated by the University of Liverpool. So that's a very crucial milestone for us. in terms of some of the tech, I'm going to show you some slides and what the tech does. The first thing we do is we train the algorithms to be able to recognize cows, because what we wanted to do was our footprint on farm is really just a low-cost security camera. So we wanted, that was all the farmer needed to install. So the first thing we do is we need to train a network to be able to recognize the cows, and that really involves them just walking past the camera, loading up the IDs, and then training the network. And then the next time the network sees the cows, it can recognize them and give them the number so that they can tell the farmer if they need to treat or do something with that animal. Our tech is all built on the Amazon. We early on, we got our $100,000 worth of free credits for Amazon, which meant that we were able to start using that technology and build up our labeled pipeline platform. So what we do is we pull up the footage into S3, we execute various algorithms to detect and identify the animals, and then we run through image and video processing to build our insights, and then we deliver that back to the farmer. This shows you some of the problems that our data scientists had to solve. And the first is basically cow flow. So you have animals that are coming past the cameras, and these ladies, they don't do social distancing very well, so they tend to clump up and overlap with each other. So our first segmenters need to be able to separate those out. And you can see that happening there. So you see some of our other videos where we use, and certainly in large farms, we do this to train algorithms by connecting it with our milking parlors, so that we can ID the cows and use that information to train the networks. So yeah, these are just some more videos of the segmentation working in action, some of our scoring. So what we're looking for, the welfare indication we're looking for there is around lameness and lameness detection, and we use points of interest to do that. So yeah, that's introduction to Catfly. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Thanks for sharing what Catfly does. Love seeing the videos and love learning more about Cowflow. So it's over to you now, Matthew. You're up next.
Morning, folks. So I'm Matt Alderdice, and I'm head of data science at Sunray Analytics. And I had the pleasure of being at AICon last year. I was 3 months in the job at Sunray Analytics at that stage, so it's really great to be able to showcase the momentum which we've developed over the last year. So I'm going to give you a bit of a flavour of what we do, but first of all, a little bit about myself and how I arrived at this place. So I was originally trained as a molecular pathologist and biologist, working in the lab at the Precision Medicine Programme at Queen's University Belfast, generating lots of data. And it was at that stage which I met our current founder and CEO, Darren McCart, and became a bioinformatician, working with lots of different data types, working out how to stratify patients in novel ways. And from there, I became a data scientist and was asked to join in October last year, and it's been a really, really exciting journey. So Sunray is the Irish word for data. So we are a data analytics company with AI first and foremost, really, at what we do. And we help precision medicine companies working in biotech and pharma to get the most out of their data using AI and empowering those companies to ask the questions of their data lakes. So what is the problem that we want to address? 1 in 2 of us is likely to experience cancer or another disease of that sort in some way, shape, or form. So precision medicine remains a really important focus. And biotech and pharma are trying to address and drive this precision medicine by generating lots of data from molecular profiles from patients. And that actually, those come off lots of different instruments, sequencing instruments, imaging instruments, and it produces a considerable amount of outputs at scale, both molecular and imaging. And biotech and pharma are now struggling to integrate that data within an environment that they can work and harness and get those insights which are going to drive that precision medicine program. So our solution to this is Indra. It's Integromics data research application. So it's for integrating data. It's on the cloud. It's a single environment. We're taking all of that data together and applying AI in a no-code environment. So it's empowering biologists who would, like myself, initially didn't have any of these skills, to ask those questions of the data. So you can create dynamic pipelines, select the algorithms that you want to use, and then apply it to the relevant data types. And we're currently using that to help biotech and pharma, Roche being one of the big partners that we have. We're applying it with CROs and also biobanks. And imaging is one of the things that we're particularly excited about at the moment, integrating data from the genome alongside these huge molecular histopathology images. These images are gigapixel in size, so they're very challenging to work with. And we developed a cloud-native platform for reviewing and annotating and analyzing this data. And it wasn't initially intended to be for facilitating remote working, but in the COVID climate, it actually really well facilitates pathologists working together with data scientists in a remote environment, and then to employ and deploy deep learning algorithms. So this image here that you can see, it's quite descriptive of what a deep learning algorithm can do. So this is an image of a bowel cancer from a patient, and pathologists will typically look at this image and identify the tumor, potentially quantify the tumor, and try and glean some insights which will contribute to clinical decision making. That's a manual, laborious, and tedious process at times, and it can be error prone. And pathologists are notorious for not agreeing with each other as well. And we've applied convolutional deep learning neural network on this using multiple instance learning to tile or chunk up the image, send it off for classification. And you can see from this heat map, and even I'm colorblind, and even I can see the imagery here, that the red area is the area of tumor, and it detects that reproducibly and reduces the error and improves the efficiency of the whole process. But we're also starting to do things now that pathologists cannot do. So a pathologist can see the tumor and potentially quantify it. But we're now starting to move into the space of being able to identify if the tumor has a particular mutation without actually having to sequence the DNA. And just from that image, being able to tell things about the molecular aspects of that image. So how do we actually apply AI, and what sort of tooling, what's our data science ecosystem look like? We're Polyglot. We're a language agnostic platform, so we can use R for bioinformatics, Python for the deep learning, JavaScript for all of our cutting edge visualizations. We are cloud native, we are serverless, and for our models that we are releasing into the wilds and gaining traction, we track everything: data versioning, machine learning operations. We make sure we monitor the performance and any potential drift of any of these. So we've adopted all of the gold standard infrastructure and tech for this arena. So to summarize, this is short and sweet. As an academic, I could probably talk for an hour on this, but we are helping others realize the full value of the data using AI, particularly in precision medicine. And one of the things I really like about working with Sunray is that we are helping improve outcomes for patients. So that's what we do in a nutshell, guys, and really looking forward to the panel discussion.
Thanks so much, Matthew. It's great to hear more about what Sunray Analytics are doing in the healthcare space. So next up, we have Alistair from Analytics Engines.
Thank you very much. My presentation showing up for everyone here?
Yep, all good. Alistair, we can see.
Great.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm Alistair McKinley. I'm CTO of Analytics Engines. We provide AI and analytics solutions and products, and we're based in Belfast. So just a quick summary of what we do in totality. There's two sides to our business. One is AI and data analytics solutions, using emerging technology, using data analytics, using AI, enabling business transformation through those bespoke solutions, and also increasingly the product size of our business, which is our platform called Minerva, which is an AI-enabled multimodal network search and discovery insights engine for deep data interrogation with no code. So we work across a large range of sectors, both in the solutions and product space. We work in healthcare, in finance, in the agri-food sector, in investigative journalism, and also for several public sector bodies. That's, I think, given the business a great insight into the data challenges and the AI possibilities for AI solutions across a wide variety of different verticals. So when it comes to delivering an AI and analytics solution, I think it normally falls into one of these three categories in terms of how the value is delivered to the customer. Quite often, an AI and analytics solution is enabling freeing up resources and freeing up people's time by having an AI or having an analytics task that can achieve something that was previously very time-consuming or potentially very, very difficult. So really allowing the business to free up additional resources through automation using AI and data analytics solutions. Another thing, I think Matthew from Sunrise touched on this aspect very well. It's how can you use analytics and AI to empower subject matter experts? So using no code, using intuitive solutions that allow them to leverage the power of AI and leverage the power of analytics to get more value and understand their data to deliver transformational business outcomes. And the final category, I think, that we can deliver using AI and data analytics solutions is extracting new value from data. I mean, that probably covers quite a lot of ground here. But with modern deep learning algorithms, with modern machine learning, with the modern capabilities of data analytics solutions, it's possible to deliver new value and insight from perception of the data, maybe in the case of what Terry from Catalyze showed us, for perceiving images in ways that are extremely difficult for humans or impossible at the scale required, or making predictions about time series data or about anomaly detection, the state of systems that we're interested in, to deliver something that maybe with AI is possible, but without AI and machine learning processes in the past was impossible, so that new value and new insight is delivering value to the business. So I've picked a few solutions to our customers to highlight, to give you an impression of some of the types of analytics and AI-enabled solutions that we're involved in delivering. So one of our key customers is Innovate UK. We've delivered a solution to them called Cobalt Grant Manager, which is a text analytics and matching solution. And what that supports them is in the management of funding applications. So Innovate UK's remit is to stimulate the UK economy via innovation, and they have invested over 2 billion since 2007, I think, in supporting innovation in UK business. They've supported 70,000 jobs and funded 11,000 projects. So one of the things that they have to be careful of when managing this huge amount of applications is understanding the similarity between applications. There may be certain instances of similar documents that the assessors want to highlight. And our solution for Cobalt Grant Manager uses text analytics and semantic AI to automate the assigning of assessors to application and the document similarity checking to enable the assessors of the grants easy access to the similar documents that may prove important in making a decision about funding or eligibility. And this was something that is actually not possible manually. So this is a new process. And the challenge is to do this scalably given their expected growth and do it securely within their own data environment. So another solution that we've been working on using AI for text analytics, which is a common theme in our work, is with the Farsight Horizon Scanner with EIT Food. And what we do we use deep learning, a combination actually of deep learning autoencoders and a number of different downstream machine learning processes to classify news articles and to find specific topics of interest to the food security experts about the global food supply chain. With Coriolis technology in the finance space, we developed a solution for interactive visualization, drill down dashboards, as well as projections and simulations on 20 billion data points about the trade finance. And for RTE, we're working on integrating disparate, over 35 different disparate data sets, linking those together into a knowledge graph and augmenting that data so that we can surface interesting patterns of behavior between those data entities. Finally, to finish up with the introduction to analytics engines, our product platform, which we recently launched, is called Minerva. Minerva is a multimodal AI-enabled enterprise network search and discovery insight engine. It allows us to do deep data interrogation across disparate data sets using spatial, temporal, text analytics, semantic AI-enabled search, and knowledge graph analytics, all with no code to enable deep data interrogation for subject matter experts without the need for software engineers to do bespoke data engineering or machine learning. So in terms of the technologies in use of analytics engines, we're very much into deep learning, mainly with PyTorch. For XGBoost and CapBoost are big favorites of ours in terms of the sort of shallow machine learning space. And we're also, for our glue and productization layers, it's really Python, Postgres, and Rust. So that's how we put the solutions together. That's me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Okay, so next up we have Alex from Servest. So Alex, if you're happy to go next.
Hello, everyone. It's been an exciting morning for me with our friends from Virgin Media hacking my internet. So apologies in advance if we have a disruption. I actually just got kicked out and then just got back in time. So please, let's all cross our fingers. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can you guys see my screen properly?
We're all good.
Okay, thank you. Very quick introduction about myself. I'm Alex Raheen, Chief Product and Technology Officer at Servest. My background is primarily in engineering, I would say with a focus on data-heavy products, from search engines to data platforms, recommendation engines. And over the past 10, 15 years, I've worked in a combination of large tech companies that you've heard of, places such as Amazon and Microsoft, but also a handful of startups, a couple of which I was a founder or a co-founder of. And currently, really my passion has been around startups from an early stage all the way to what I call post-Series B scale-up. And here at Servest, we are a tech company based in London. We've been in existence for about, I would say, 2+ years. And we're focused on this area, I would say this exciting, perhaps untapped area of applying AI to climate science. So let me tell you a little bit about what we do. Our mission is to empower everyone to make informed climate decisions using AI. And the word everyone is actually very important because we are building a platform that we're going to bring to the market with a freemium model. There's going to be a large vast of analysis that we are going to make available globally for free. So this will allow everyone to access our platform, identify some assets, and be able to get an insight into what the future holds in terms of the impact and the risk of climate onto these assets. This is something similar to perhaps that first experience we've had using Google. You know, when you that first time you used Google, there was no going back. And we'd like to bring that same feeling to playing around with what climate means to each of us individually, all the way to companies and governments as well. I'm going to skip over this slide. How do we do this? So I think the key thing to retain here is that this is a pretty complex area that needs tight coordination from science and research all the way to engineering. And the way we are tackling the issue we have with scalability is to focus on 3 areas. One area is what we call assets. So this is building an existing platform of millions, hopefully soon billions of assets globally across different asset classes. Asset classes are things like built environments. So these would be buildings, factories, offices, residences. By extension, anything that has an actual structure that you can relate to. But also other asset classes, for instance, what we call linear assets, pipelines, roads.
Okay, we seem to have lost Alex there, unfortunately, due to his connection. So, so we'll just continue. So thank you for your fantastic presentations. It's been brilliant to see how you're applying AI in the real world and just to learn more about your companies. So let's begin the panel discussion. So Terry, over to you first. You're applying AI in a huge market, but one in which I can imagine you turn a few heads when you pitch AI. Can you tell us about the impact you're having with milk producers and farmers, and what's their response when they understand that you're using AI?
Yeah, great question, Ria. So it's quite interesting because AI is a completely different meaning in the dairy industry. And if you talk to a dairy farmer about AI, you'll think you're wanting to artificially inseminate his cow. So completely different understanding. But once you get beyond that, farmers are very busy people. They have to put a lot of labor into their farms, so they like solutions that they don't have to look under the bonnet. So they don't care if there's AI going on or not. If we can solve problems for them, that's what really counts. So the technology that's currently being used in farms is all wearable technology. So they have to attach devices to the animals, to their collars, to their legs, etc., all accelerometer based. So that's a lot of hassle for farmers. And certainly when you get onto 1,000+ cow farms, they just don't use it at all because there's just too much hardware to manage. So what we're doing is we're replacing that with a simple camera. So we're giving them a solution that takes a lot of the effort that they're used to doing to achieve similar monitoring capability now. So they just love it because everything just works for them. They put up the camera, forget about it, and then they get the insights delivered to them.
Brilliant. And would you say that the blend of technical but also your industry expertise has helped you with this and approaching farmers if they have sort of been not as familiar with AI?
Yeah, absolutely. Coming from a farm and understanding and being sympathetic to farmers' needs is very important whenever you're going to sell directly to farmers. And my experience within the industry prior to this, within Farm Wizard, means that I can get access to lots of industry, senior industry decision makers quite easily, as we did with Tesco. And we're only 2 months up and running. Whenever we were able to engage Tesco was as trialists of the technology. So I think it's a combination of the sympathy for farmers and understanding of them, and also knowledge of the industry has really helped us with Catalyze this time.
Thanks, Terry. That's fantastic. So we're going to move on to healthcare now. So innovation in healthcare is obviously so important, particularly given the events that have happened this year. So now I want to pose a question to Matthew at Sonrai Analytics. How is Sonrai making an impact here, and how do you see startups as a driver for innovation in healthcare as opposed to large organizations?
It's a good question, Ria. I guess there's two questions in there, and the first part being about how we're making an impact. So I think Sonrai and our platform is having both a direct and an indirect impact. So researchers investigating COVID and creating tests and assays can use our platform to make their research more efficient and less error prone and so on. And hopefully you saw from the slide deck the sort of the direct impact that we can be having in precision medicine with regards to cancer. Now, why I mentioned cancer and COVID is important because people are not going to have received the treatment that they should have. They will have not received their cancer diagnosis during this COVID climate because they have not been able to get to the hospital, or they've missed their treatments and their appointments. So we are going to experience an increase in the incidence of like a cancer epidemic off the back of this. So the work that we're doing is going to have a continued impact over time within this space, and I think it's going to be very important, particularly in the oncology space, and that's where Sonrai's expertise lies, given that we spun out of the Precision Medicine and Cancer program at Queen's. The second part, with regards to how startups are a driver of innovation, I mean, that's for me a fairly short and sweet answer. I mean, we are agile companies and we can adopt technology much quicker than larger companies. So the AI ecosystem is a very fast evolving ecosystem, and new technologies are emerging all the time. So the ability to adopt those technologies quickly is part of what's going to drive that innovation.
Thanks so much, Matthew. Now, over to Alistair. So analytics engines democratizes AI for all sorts of organizations so that they can make the most of their data. I'd love to know what use cases you're seeing right now, where you see the opportunities as increasingly more organizations are really trying to make the most of their data.
Yeah, thanks, Ria. I think there's definitely a massively increased awareness of the challenges that AI can solve. So that is really driving a lot of new businesses to figure out how can they use AI to deliver transformation and extra value. In terms of those use cases, I think the main areas currently that we're seeing big interest in are understanding unstructured data, perception of image data, anomaly detection, and time series predictions. I think out of those four areas, the most common and probably where the most rapid change is happening at the minute is in the unstructured data via natural language processing and natural language understanding. It's being enabled by really quite recent developments in deep learning, transformer-based models that are increasing the power and the capability of those models to understand unstructured data and natural language. I think there are other new opportunities coming on the horizon. There's really interesting stuff, even more in the natural language space for generative models for information retrieval and summarization. We've seen OpenAI release GPT-3 recently, which was a huge leap in the capability of this type of model. And I think increasingly this is going to be adopted for large-scale intelligent information retrieval. I think even more recently, some of the other areas where people are now applying deep learning to do really novel and interesting work is in things like AlphaFold, which has just been announced by DeepMind. They've solved a really challenging traditional classical problem of protein folding, potentially with using deep AlphaGo learn to play different board games, and I think that some of the ideas that are coming off the back of that kind of how we can use generative models to learn things and learn new tasks is really exciting, and the possibilities for business transformation are only really beginning to be understood about how those types of ideas can be translated. I think in terms of democratization, no code is an important part of this for developing new solutions and putting that power into the hands of users, subject matter experts who potentially don't have the software engineering and data analytics skills to build bespoke solutions. But also a lot of this power is coming under the hood. It's coming in the cloud applications that we consume that are powered by AI. So there's a lot of exciting stuff happening. And I think the use cases are only going to increase or how we're going to apply AI and data analytics to business transformation.
Thanks so much, Alistair. I want to ask Terry, actually, what are the challenges that you see to scale an AI company in agriculture?
Yeah, so I guess we were really lucky in Catalyst because we were able to tap into a really experienced pool of people. Whenever I co-founded the business with Adam, he brought his team with him. So I think it's been able to access talent. I think as we go to the next level, so our plan is to double up our dev team from 9 to 18 in January. So I think our biggest issue will be recruitment and being able to find that talent. But I think we're lucky in Belfast. I mean, I've heard Belfast being described by US VC as a hotbed of machine vision. That's unusual for Belfast to be described as a hotbed of other things. But I mean that's that sort of thing, and that's because there's a lot of companies here. There's companies like AnyVision that are here as well. With they have a 50 person team of highly skilled engineers. So there's other machine. So I think that the biggest issue is scaling, and scaling is just basically the talent. But then you see initiatives as well, like the Artificial Intelligence Center of Excellence. Some of the monies that's coming in through the Belfast City deal as well, I think is all going to help us to build a pipeline of talent that startups like ourselves will be able to utilize.
Thanks, Terry. That's brilliant. And I'd like to ask Matthew if you're facing similar challenges, such as expanding the team and recruitment. I imagine things like regulation and sales cycles are big factors in the healthcare space.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, there's lots of challenges in the healthcare space, and regulation, yeah, that's one of them, but you can turn that into a selling point in many ways. I mean, if you can instill trust in your potential clients or current customers that you've got the appropriate data security and governance, integrity in place, it's a good thing. It's about getting the right balance of regulation, though, without stifling innovation. But for me, when I think of the biggest challenge in healthcare, particularly preclinical space, where biotech and pharma are generating lots of data, we think in the big data of sort of the 4 V's. So we've got the volume of the data, the velocity, the veracity. It's the variety, which is quite problematic. When you sequence DNA or RNA, there are 10, 20 different instruments that you might encounter, and they all churn out different file types with different formats. And that's problematic. So a data standardization movement is in place. And once we start to understand and encourage people to standardize the way they collect data, data needs to be machine learning friendly to make the most out of AI, and that's what I'm trying to get at. And that's one of the big challenges, I think, in healthcare at the moment. But there is progress being made for sure.
Thank you so much, Matt. And I'm afraid we're a bit over, so the panel discussion is being cut short a little bit. So it would be great just to know if somebody in the audience is feeling inspired by the talks these past couple of days and is perhaps thinking about starting an AI company, what advice would you give them? I'd love to hear your top tip for an AI founder that you could leave them with before we wrap up.
I'm not the founder, but I have been here almost since day one. And I mean, my top tip would be surround yourself with the right people. Be picky with the team that you choose.
Yeah.
Much
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, I would agree with Matt on that. I think if you're trying to start up something that has AI as an AI first company, you need AI talent. So go out and scour the company. Stay away from any Catalyst people, but scour all the other companies and see if you can find some talent that'll jump with you.
Alistair, have you got a quick top tip before we wrap up?
Yes, I think I would say keep your ear to the ground on the state of the art and follow the blogs from the AI experts and the researchers because if you're building an AI-based solution, one of the things that can happen is your approach can very quickly become superseded by a better approach. And that's probably something you need to adopt as you're building your business. So really keep an eye on how things in this are progressing, because it's such a rapidly advancing area.
Thank you, Alistair. Well, we're going to wrap up here. I'd like to thank our panelists for their fantastic insights. I apologise that it was a bit brief. And it's been great to learn about what you're doing in the AI space. And I'd like to thank the audience for tuning in. Next up, we have David Anderson, Head of Technology at Liberty IT in Belfast, who will be joining us live after this short break.
We pick the best people and encourage them to be curious, collaborative, and courageous. Find out why they love being part of our team.
I love technology. I thrive on helping people, and I relish the challenge of a complicated problem. And I get to do all of that here at Kainos.
And what we do is amazing. We're transforming government services for citizens, revolutionising healthcare delivery for patients, and helping global businesses improve their finance and HR operations. It's big thinking, world-changing, challenging, and rewarding kind of work.
What I love most about working at Kainos is working as one team. To look out for one another, always have time for questions, and are happy to help.
The culture here at Kainos is pretty special. They know that there's more to life than work. So they've developed a tailored benefits package that's one of the best around.
Flexible working and generous holiday policy is the icing on the cake for me. And it's good to know that I've got a health cash plan if I need it.
There might not be such a thing as a free lunch, but at Kainos there's a free breakfast. There's cereal and fruit in every office.
There's a lot more, of course, and the benefits keep on getting better. In fact, they're some of the very best and most diverse that you'll find anywhere. Where else do you get an allowance to learn a new skill each year? Any new skill that you can think of.
My hard work is rewarded in other ways too. I look forward to payday drinks, summer barbecues, and our yearly kickoff event.
I'm looking at how our dedicated training programme, MAP, can get me to where I want to be. The training can take me wherever my potential allows, whether that's across the business or around the world.
I know quite a few managers and developing leaders who have used MAP to plan their next move.
We've been changing the way the world lives and works for more than 30 years. From one person to many hundreds, we continue to grow rapidly. Today we're a global business and there's always room for more talented, ambitious and smart people to join our team. Just think what you could do.
Project managers,
Exim consultants,
experience design, recruitment.
We're working together to create new and better ways of solving problems and improving lives. Ready to change the world with us?
My name's Chris Gormley in Emerging Tech Virtual Agent teams in Liberty IT. I'm looking forward to continuing to innovate in this emerging tech area, find different places where we can make a serious impact and feed back to the market as a whole. We're doing some tech talks now that are actually feeding back to the serverless community, and it's nice to be part of that community, nice to feel supported, and nice to make a real impact in an exciting technological time.
My name's Nikita Armstrong. I'm currently a Principal Software Engineer at Liberty IT, working in the incubator emerging tech space. I wanted to be a teacher when I was younger, and then I did my placement year at university and fell in love with IT. And I had a real interest in getting to know what OCR was, so optical character recognition and machine learning, and things like VR and AR. So I had a real interest, and the job opportunity came up.
Good morning, folks. My name is Dave Anderson. I'm the Director of Technology for Liberty IT. I just wanted to spend some time today and kind of take you through how we've been working with AI at scale over the past couple of years within Liberty Mutual. We're going to talk to you about leading with the question, how we find real value with AI, and I'll be joined by some of my colleagues today as we kind of tell our story. So the starting point is always a question. And I think this is, for me, this is what we're kind of hanging this off. I mean, there's an awful lot of conversation about AI, but for me, it's about starting with the why and asking that right question. And it's kind of funny thing, a couple of years ago, I was at an event in Boston with some of my peers, and I was talking to one of my technical colleagues, and it was about 5 or 6 years ago, and we were talking about documents. With Liberty, we have lots of documents, and we were talking about the cloud and how paper use is coming in, and we shouldn't be paying lots of money for document systems. We talked about how this would be awesome to do this. And there was another colleague of mine, a business owner, was nearby. So I said, let me go over and ask this guy now and see if he would like that. You know, we'll test our hypothesis. So I went over and I said to the guy, I says, come here. I knew the guy quite well. And I says, if you could pay for your documents differently, like maybe 1 cent per document, like would that be appealing to you? And I'll never forget his answer. He says, do you know something, Dave? He says, if you can just make them work, I'll give you $1 million right now in cash. And I went, okay, right, thanks. So I went back to my colleague and says, I think we're asking the wrong question here. we've some work to do first. But again, it proves the point that if you can find the right question and actually start that conversation, you start finding value really quickly. So to kick us off, I'd like to pass over to Sam Mahoney, my colleague in innovation, and Sam's going to talk about kind of Liberty Mutual first of all. So over to you, Sam.
Apologies, folks. Good morning. My name's Sam Mahoney. I'm the Director of Liberty IT's Innovation Incubator. I'm going to give you a very quick overview of Liberty Mutual and talk about what AI means to our business and how we're using it to deliver better experiences and outcomes for our customers. So Liberty Mutual is a global $43 billion property and casualty insurer. We're headquartered in Boston, Massachusetts, and we operate in 29 countries around the world with 3 main subdivisions: personal lines business focusing on home and auto insurance, and then a commercial lines business focusing on mid to large size commercial, specialty and reinsurance operations. And then finally, we have an investments group who manage our globally invested assets. So as a mutual, we're entirely owned by our customers, and our core aim is to provide them with security and peace of mind. So whether that's for their families, homes, property, or employees, we need to be there for them in their times of need. So with that in mind, we don't think about products. We think about the experience and journeys that our customers are on and how we can help them. So for example, in terms of the future of shelter, what are the changes in home ownership and the types of accommodation people will live in, and for how long and with who? And then in terms of the future of mobility, how will people travel? How frequently? Will they own, rent, or share that means of transport? And then finally, how will people work? Do our existing business products work for smaller startups and emerging industries? And how will we enable and support entrepreneurs with maybe just 1 employee versus large established Fortune 100 companies with tens of thousands of employees? So given the size of our organization and the breadth of industries and countries that we operate in, we have an abundance of data, from billions of historical documents and images to real-time telematics feeds from commercial fleets of vehicles, ships, planes. AI is absolutely an enabler for advancing our goals in strategic areas. So firstly, attacking our expense base. We need to keep our expenses under control so that we can have the best possible premiums for our customers overall. We need sophisticated products so that each individual customer is only paying for what they need. And then we need to create a compelling experience for our customers and agents, whether it's at the point of sale or during claim fulfillment. Now, given the wealth of data that we have and the nature of our business, there are 3 primary types of AI application that we use. So firstly, natural language processing, or NLP. And by that, I mean the automatic processing of speech or text. This is extremely relevant to us, in particular in how we interact with our customers. So for example, creating digital agents for call containment, or ensuring our customers' communications are channeled appropriately by understanding their context and sentiment. It's really important to point out that AI enables us to better cope with the inevitable spike in demand that occurs during catastrophes, where people may have suffered a total loss of their vehicle, their home or place of work, or in serious catastrophes like wildfire or hurricanes. It could be all three. So secondly, then computer vision. So the use of AI to generate insights from video or images. So you can imagine the sheer volume and types of documents that come in terms of loss adjustment or underwriting. So this significantly helps reduce the time that it takes our employees to spend processing these documents and artifacts. And then in addition, there's significant applications in terms of loss prevention. For example, tracking vegetation growth or identifying roof damage or other hazards that may be close to a home or place of work. And that loss prevention is absolutely critical. It's not just about loss adjustment, which we always want to speed up, but preventing loss is the primary purpose of our organization. And then finally, predictive modeling for guided and automated decision making. So for example, in fraud detection and pricing. So in summary, those three applications of AI combined with our data are key enablers for how we innovate. So I'm now going to pass you over to David Anderson, who will talk in more detail about how we use AI to reimagine our value chains.
Thank you, Sam. So how do we unlock value, right? So let's kind of bring it back. So we've been using AI for a couple of years, and we've been experimenting for this for a good few years. But I think it's what we've learned over the past few years. I think it's worth exploring for such a scale. So in order to frame that, I want to take a step back. A quote here from Jeff Bezos, who's very popular at the moment with all our packages, etc. And it's really a question of digital transformation. And digital and visionary companies will carve out new strategic options. For me, that's the opportunity here. And those that don't adapt will fail. It's that simple. So I think every single business needs to look at this area, because for me, AI is a key part of that kind of digitization of what we do, what every company does. So what do I do? Well, don't start with this picture. I thought this is a fantastic picture from Innovation Eye. This is a whole bunch of only UK companies that are either providing AI or investing in AI. To say this is an eye chart, it's probably an underestimation. It's crazy how complex this area is. There's an awful lot of activity. It's a really exciting area. So I wouldn't jump out and buy me some AI. That's absolutely the wrong way to approach this. One of my kind of favorite authors and something that influenced me a huge amount is Simon Sinek. Start with why. Start from the inside and work your way out. So have that, and this for me needs to be a key business owner. Me as an engineer, I mean, of course I want to build cool stuff, but you need to get into the core of your business and say, what are we actually trying to do here, and try and phrase that down to a question, and then start experimenting as you get outside in the how and the what, because I can guarantee you the how and the what will change as you learn more. As the previous panel said, this area changes so fast. Things are changing, even monthly almost. So you need to start with that why. So really for us, we started to think about, as we, and in order to frame the next kind of 3 sections of this talk, we started thinking about, we found a different way of building these solutions, and we've kind of used this almost like framework and this kind of why, what, and how. So first of all, for the why, and this is the most important part, we spend a lot of time trying to frame the question. Do we actually need this? Can we add this in? Should we do this? Is this like something else? I mean, can we subtract, add, maybe change things? Let's really explore the problem. And you can't do that if you're not talking to the main business sponsor. And that's the critical thing. You need to be sitting down as the peer and saying, well, what about this? You really need to understand the purpose of that. Because I mean, in old kind of IT speak, if you're handed a requirements document to build an AI, I'd say you'll probably fail. So you really need to understand the why. Next is the what if. Once you have a good team formed, and by a good team, it's like 6 or 7 people, it's not 100 people, then you start generating ideas. Okay, what if we try this? And can we change that? And do we have to do this? Can we go back and know, can we change that process? So you start experimenting around the purpose to try and get ideas of what you could do in this space. And then the how. well, what happens if we build this? And well, could we get one of those? Let's do this. What if we make something like this and try that? So we start to actually try things. And this all sounds, in times of yore, it's like maybe this is an 18-month plan. Okay, let's spend 3 months workshopping the why, and then we'll spend 6 months generating ideas, and then we'll spend a year building something. That doesn't wash anymore. Like, could you answer those questions in a week? So that's where we started to get to. And this is a work by Jeff Goddard, this kind of sense and respond. We started to think, well, if we can frame a single question, ask that question, and then have that question answered within a week, that gets us to iterate really quickly. So can we phrase a question, ship something, see what the response is, and then kind of respond to get a really fast iteration cycle? And we found this to be fantastically useful as we kind of build these kind of AI solutions. So there's 2 things you need for that. Number 1, you need to be speaking directly with the business owner. You can't afford handoffs. You can't ask a product owner to go and talk to someone and then come back a week later. So that doesn't work. So you need to have the right team assembled. And 2, you need to have the ability to build quickly. So for us, that's public cloud. We use AWS, Azure, and Google. That's kind of the 3 main areas, probably mostly AWS. So like we did a lot of serverless work, so we need to build things really quickly. I can't afford to spend 6 months building some containerization platform. That's not an option. They build things really quickly to see if they work. So in order to kind of frame this talk, I thought this was really nice. This guy, George West, kind of paper on digital transformation back in and actually just about a few weeks ago, back in November, he's updated his model, his thinking. He's called it the new elements of digital transformation. It's worth a look if you want to actually look at that paper. It's on MIT Sloan. And he's got this really simple model. Now I've simplified it slightly for this talk, but it's worth reading about the details. So talk about the business model, which is your core business model for what you do. Insurance. And then there's 3 pillars. So how do you digitize that business model? Like we sell policies, a year-long policy. That's not that digital. So how do you actually reinvent that? Then there's 3 pillars. The customer experience. How can you apply AI and digitization to that? Your operations, your kind of backroom kind of operations, and then your employee experience. And then that's all based on a digital platform, which is really, for us, that's kind of cloud and data. So I'm going to kind of frame our 3 topics today. So I'm not going to talk about business model because I hear Allstate were on the call yesterday, so I don't want to give away any secrets. Employee experience, I think, is fascinating. We've done a lot of work in this regard. We had a project a few years ago about creating a digital assistant that uses AI to basically answer your questions. We built that within Liberty Mutual, and we actually spun that off to a startup company called WorkGrid. So there's software. So if you're interested in that, I would definitely look up WorkGrid software. It's a fantastic story, and a lot of that engineering was and AI was built in Belfast. So the 3 areas I want to focus on today are customer experience, operations, and digital platform, and we'll take those in that order. So first of all, and I would highly recommend this paper because it gets into these areas in a lot more detail, and I think it's absolutely critical as you think about AI for your business. So first of all, I'm going to pass over to Stuart to talk about illustrate some of the more detailed work we've done in that regard. Okay, Stuart, over to you.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah. Apologies, I'm having a few difficulties here sharing my screen. Try again. Okay, let me try it one more time. There we go. Does that work? Great. Sorry about that. So thanks again, Dave. My name's Stuart Greenlees. I'm a senior architect in the LIT Innovation Incubator. I'm going to talk to a little bit more detail about the claims area of the business, where we have many opportunities to use AI capabilities to transform different parts of the value chain, improve the customer experience, and also gain multi-million-dollar efficiency savings. So as you might imagine, Liberty Mutual receive information from lots of different data sources. It's often unstructured, lots of different formats, and it all needs to be processed efficiently. We can't always mandate the formats or structure of information that third parties use to communicate to Liberty Mutual, but it is possible to introduce some controls and use AI capabilities to gain sufficient efficiencies. In this example, what we're trying to do is advance the no-touch, low-touch, straight-through processing capability. This allows us to give our customers a smooth, hassle-free experience and then get them back on the road in the example of auto claims as swiftly as possible. So what you can see here is the innovation pattern that we really use to really open up the business landscape. And what we're trying to do is really look at the what is picture, imagine a what if, and experiment to demonstrate with what was, and then really figure out what works. So if we look quickly at what is, what we're really trying to do here is explode out the business landscape. As Dave said, it's all about having that tight partnership with the business. So we're trying to understand their process, their hotspots, and their opportunities and priorities. And we use things like stakeholder analysis and event storming to really dig into the problem space and understand it. When we get to the what if, what we're trying to do is think about the future landscape. So really have an unconstrained view of what could be. And we build a business hypothesis to frame up the capabilities that we think the business are going to need. So we do hypothesis building and things like force field analysis. Then we get into what was. So what we're doing here is we're trying to think about art of the possible. So what is there out there in the technology landscape? What could we bring to bear? And we try to demonstrate that to the business through POCs, POTs, and pilots. And this is the part where we get into the asking the question, sensing and responding. So Dave says we get into our innovation sprints and we have a weekly turnaround where we ask a question and we have a hypothesis from the business, and then we try to answer that in the end of that sprint the next week. What we do then is we pivot, table, or scale depending on the outcome of the answer to that question. But the really great thing here is that right from the outset, our business are keen to examine the landscape with us and really gain a collective understanding. And this helps lead us through value discovery and solution assessment. So just give you a bit more color on what that looks like. For Liberty Mutual, we really want to make our customer whole again as quickly as possible. So for auto claims, this means getting damage assessed, repairs completed, and the car back on the road as good as new as quickly as possible. So in the claim example we've been looking at in 2020, where we're advancing this business capability of no touch, low touch, we're using our consulting, high performance engineering, computer vision, NLP, and data science experience in combination to try and solve a problem. So here you can see 3 areas of attack on that problem. So we're looking at things like ingestion. But what we're trying to do is figure out how we can change the way we get information from third parties. So as I said, we can't mandate the way they supply the data, but what we can do is we start to take control of the way we get it. What we're doing is we're flipping it from a push to a pull. We're limiting wasteful touches and driving efficiency gains. For extraction, what we're looking at is using OCR ML to pull stuff out of the documents. So we're exploring 3 different approaches, which I'll touch on in the following slide. But we're looking at custom pipelines using open source technology. We're looking at platform offerings, as Dave mentioned, from the big 3 cloud vendors. We're also looking at off-the-shelf vendor solutions to see what we can get the best value from for the business. As you're probably aware, this is an area that's constantly improving. So we're future-proofing our solution on the value chain by ensuring that everything is decoupling and we can swap things in and out. Finally, for review, we're building an auto-approve model, which allows us to predict whether the information from the complex document can be passed straight through with no human interaction or whether we need a manual review. We're finalizing this currently, but the first version of the model indicates a turnaround of 90% auto approval, even with some counter fraud checks and balances. So we're seeing really good improvement there. Looking at the data extraction in a little bit more detail, as I mentioned, we have a custom option, a platform option, and a vendor option. We usually try to take the 3 different perspectives to really dig into the problem for the business. And what we try to do is use the 3 lenses of innovation to look at these problems. So we look at the feasibility, the viability, and the desirability. And as you can see from the diagram for this problem, we created an ensemble of models on the Google Cloud platform using Google Cloud Vision and Cloud NLP. And the sort of things that we look at are things like the functional capability. So does this actually do what the business need? We look to see if it will meet our security and privacy needs. We check out performance, obviously, and then we dig into the cost. So what's it going to cost to build? What's it going to cost to run, etc. But it's not all about documents. Advances in computer vision provide the opportunity to automate existing processes and imagine new ones. So our computer vision experts are exploring how we use classification, object detection, and segmentation to drive automation. So we think about, usually when you think about images for insurance, you probably think about damage detection. And that is one area of interest, but it doesn't stop there. So if you think about classification, where we're determining the content of an image, we can do things like filter images, detect those that meet a particular criteria, and prioritize the ones we display to a user or use for auto approval. With object detection, where we're finding things in images, what we can do is look for things like invoices, roofs, or VIN numbers and pick those out from the collections of images that we have and use those for manual or automated inspection. And then finally, for segmentation, where we can determine how much of an image is filled by a particular object, we can dig into things like damage for homes or vehicles. I'm now going to hand over to Dan, who's going to give you a bit, sorry, Dan, I'm going to hand over to Rory, who's going to be a bit more technical detail about how you use CP. Sorry, Rory.
No worries. Sorry, I'm having a difficulty sharing my screen too. Perfect. Sure. So as David, Sam, and Stuart have all been saying, one of the important things at Liberty is rapid prototyping. So one of the things we've been using is Detectron 2. Detectron 2 sort of has 2 cornerstones. So first is something we call the model zoo, which you can see on the left side hand of the image here. So this offers a variety of different architectures. So this can range from your simple object detection using a fast RCNN or a RetinaNet to instant segmentation, so mask RCNN, and you also have key point detection. You have a variety of other ones. So these are housed in a YAML file and a pickle file. So the pickle file has your weights. The YAML file will have your information on the architecture. Now, so this means you can rapidly pull down a variety of different models depending on your use case. And as well as that, the other Detectron 2 is they have predefined built methods. So a training class, a predictor class, which means, as you can see on this right-hand side of the image, you can train your architectures in mere lines of code. So as you can see here, we've actually instanced a car trainer because we've added in different evaluation methods. But what you can really see here is this allows for boilerplate code. So this code, as well as setting up your configuration file, means we can rapidly prototype object detection, instant segmentation, or whatever else in mere lines of code, instead of, if you consider, say, a GitHub implementation of a mask RCNN, the most famous one being Matterport, is thousands of lines of code and can be quite a cumbersome one. So this really fits into our ethos of rapid prototyping of these week round turnarounds. And if we go, and here we can see, we also see here that by using this boilerplate code, we can train 2 different models in no time at all. So as you can see, we've just quickly switched between a mask RCNN and a fast RCNN to get 2 different detectors, 2 different detections straight away. So this is really helping speed up our computer vision processes here in Liberty. With that, I will hand back to David, who will talk through more of the slides.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Rory. Appreciate that. So hopefully, I mean, that section on kind of customer experience really talked about, how we help resolve claims for our customers, our policyholders. For this section now, that's really the digitization of that process for customer experience. I really want to talk about a specific piece of work we've done this year now around our kind of operations, around kind of suppose our back office employees, as I say. So really for this, and again, illustrating that fact that that rapid prototyping. Another thing that I think we touched on there was that one of the things that we use here is code as a liability. We try and do this writing as little code as possible, and that's important. That lets us move fast. So for operations, just quickly state the business problem. We get a huge amount of information in emails. A lot of the insurance industry, as you would imagine, behind the scenes, there's an awful lot of information is transferred between brokers, underwriters, agents, etc. It's like I think we're like 112 years old as a company, so it's a lot of old processes. Sometimes those emails have a lot of documents attached, and like I said, a lot of documents, like maybe 20 documents, and a document is maybe 50 pages, and it's all kind of policy. It's a huge amount of information. So a lot of them are kind of manually processed. When you get an email with 20 attachments, you sit and look at each one and kind of figure out what's happening. It's unstructured data. You can kind of lose information. It can be duplicated. It's kind of hanging around, so there's a lot of information in that. And it's probably maybe for personal type policies, it's maybe a little bit simpler. For the commercial policies, it's incredibly complex. So really we had an idea around this, which I'll just briefly explain. How do we get from kind of an email. Oh dear, hang on, sorry. How do we get from an email to an insight, right? So if we're getting these emails from brokers or employees, and you're getting stuff in an inbox, can we pre-process the contents of that email, comprehend, put a structure on that unstructured data, enrich the information, because usually the email is from maybe an account or a customer that we've already worked with, so we have other information that we are aware of. Maybe it's in the middle of a flow. So how can we enrich that information with other stuff we have on record, publish that information to a destination place, and then also almost as a side effect, present that data for further exploration, maybe by our data scientists or other individuals. So we thought of this flow, and this seems like a fairly maybe normal manual flow, but we want to kind of do this in an automated and digital fashion. So what does that look like? So first of all, the emails arrive in an inbox, and we ingest them straight up to the cloud. So that's the first kind of step. Then we kind of there's this shared email box. We put a kind of use GraphQL to kind of notify us of that and kind of store that record, start to kind of process that and extract out the attachments of that email. And then actually look at how do we start to classify these kind of key information and these key attributes from that email. That sounds fairly straightforward, but an email is probably the most difficult type of document to actually understand. A lot of the times there's a thread in the email. If you say, well, let's just look for some kind of labels in this email here, this is just a test email between some of our engineers as we were testing out this process. There's a whole heap of different names. There's like 4 or 5 different names in this email. So which is the correct name? There's the name at the start of the email, the name at the end. There's maybe a signature. There's a name in. So there's lots of different names. So which person is maybe a key label here? There's lots of different dates and times in the email. Which one is the important one? There's maybe how are you today? It's raining or whatever. So there's lots of different conversation. So how can you extract all that infrastructure? We found this to be very difficult because there's so many different variations on this. We spent a lot of time trying to figure this out. And then finally, we present this information on the dashboard. So that seems like a kind of nice flow, and we used a lot of kind of ML, NLP, etc., even computer vision techniques to do this. But what I really find fascinating about this is the way the team approached this. We didn't have a project plan. We sat down with our business partners, I think it was back in February, and we kind of said, well, we think we can build this kind of this flow. And we didn't really know what it looked like. We weren't quite sure if it was possible. So we formed a team, a very small team. I think it was about 4 people. And we met every Thursday with including the business sponsor. And we said, well, let's run this like a question. Let's lead with the question. So he says, well, can we programmatically ingest an email? Okay, so let's decide on Thursday we're going to tackle that, and by the next Thursday we would say yes, we've built that and we can do that. Okay, well, can we automatically intake those emails in real time? So the way we structured the work was going from Thursday to Thursday, and this is what happened. So we had our first meeting. It was around about I think it was the 23rd of March or something like that, end of March in 2020. So we started phrasing a question each time. And then we would think like, okay, how can we ingest email? Okay, and then say, well, what's the business process before the email? Can we keep the costs low of that ingestion using serverless? Okay, what type of emails do we receive? How do we extract the information? And this was the quite difficult piece. How do we do different things around signatures? What if there's a table in the email, rich text? And then what types of documents? Spreadsheet, photograph, PDF, Word doc, you name it, every different type. What's the conference level? What conference level is good enough? With PDFs, can we use something off the shelf? We don't need to build it. And then how do we present that in a usable way? And this was a huge piece of work, but what I found fascinating, we started off with the question, is this possible, in March? And I think it was by August, we had a complete system working that does all this stuff. And that was really just, we were tagging along from week to week, trying to figure out how we ingest this kind of unstructured information. And that, I mean, that started off as an idea. It will end up as something that has the potential to save, I don't know, probably tens of millions of dollars, which is absolutely fascinating. And this for me is a great example of that digitization of kind of operations, which is a real kind of enabler for that kind of digital transformation and AI. Okay, so next, I'd like to have Faustina, one of our architects, will really talk about the digital platform, which is really part of that kind of, and really at the heart of all this is data. As such a large enterprise and large company, data is kind of the oil of a lot of the things we're talking about. So Faustina will talk through some of our kind of our data experiences.
And I'm an architect with Liberty Mutual, working with the LIT in Belfast. And today I'm going to talk to you about the digital platform with respect to data. So here we can see we're going to talk about a data-driven enterprise, which is what we all want to be and all need to be. So to follow on from what was being said earlier, I'll talk a little bit about data, the enabler that allows any business to answer key business-driven questions. To be a successful business in this current world of constantly evolving technology and growing customer expectations, we need to be nimble to be able to compete with innovative market disruptors. And we need to be able to pivot and flex in order to provide our customers with the best possible experience to suit their customer changing needs. To do this, we need to be a data-driven organization, making evidence-based, forward-thinking decisions. As you can see from the diagram, data is at the center of any business. From understanding our customers better and making sure we adapt to their needs, to deciding what business products to invest in and develop based on intelligent data predictions. So here we're going to look at the fact that data is everywhere. So data should be at the center of any decision-making process that we have. Data underpins any decision-making within a data-driven organization. Some areas of it involved in are defining the key questions a business needs to answer. To understand how our business has been operating to date, you would use maybe historical data. If you wanted to create key business questions, you would use data to inform your questions and to understand which questions would be actionable and therefore worth pursuing or prioritizing. Is this a one-off question or something that we would need to answer on a periodic basis? We look at experimentation and hypothesis building. It determines the best data sets to use to answer the question. Do they exist already within the organization or are they externally available? Is the data structured or unstructured? Has the data been ingested and is it in a computer readable state? Do you need to collect more data? What insights are you going to get from this? Monitoring and analyzing action outcomes to determine success or if you need to pivot or do something differently. Monitoring the data captured as a result of the action taken. Is it a predictive model that is answering the question? Is it a customer survey information? Is it some other way? analyze the results based on the answers to determine next steps and further actions. In order to do all of this, we need responsive data. We need to be able to have ready availability. We need to have ready availability and access to data. One of the top impedances to really seeing benefits from AI and ML in the industry, quoted by data scientists, is the access to data. To be able to answer business questions today and to open up new possibilities and opportunities, we need to have digital platforms to include a data platform layer. This means that we need a cohesive central way to be able to access the data captured by a company. This data could include many variety types of data: business data, social data, sensor data. This could be coming in all sorts of patterns, whether it's streaming event-based data or whether it's batch-based sources. It could be phone calls or emails. It could be structured or unstructured. This does not necessarily mean that it needs to be all captured in a large data lake or a data swamp, as it's sometimes referred to. It just means that it needs to be surfaced to the business in a fast, efficient, cost-effective, secure, and privacy-aware way. And this is underpinned by the data machine. The data machine is a way where we actually have a mechanism of asking questions and determining how best that we should make this happen, how we should collect this data, how we should manipulate it, how we get it to our consumers so that we can present it to them or that they can consume it in whatever way they need to. And all of this is underlined and underpinned by technology and security. Okay, reusable patterns. In order to be able to do this effectively and efficiently, we need to be able to have some kind of reusable patterns that we can build on and access quickly when we're trying to ingest data. So application teams could find some kind of self-service onboarding to ingest their data. We have some internally in the organization. This enables it to be configurable, and in order for it to be self-service, which is the key part, so that you're not waiting for some central team in order to facilitate this pattern. And there's a lot of rigor and control around that, but it is available. Also discoverable data. You've now ingested that data. You want it to be discoverable so that your data scientists or your analysts or further downstream processing are able to get in, find out what data is available to them, and they know how to go and retrieve that. We do that by using data catalogs, and there's many products on the market for data catalogs, and a lot of the cloud providers have their own data catalogs associated in their space also. Data APIs is another way of accessing data where you can make an API call out to a data set and get a response back. We can use things like GraphQL in order to reduce the quantity of data coming back and make it very specific to our needs. Also tagging. Tagging is another method that we can use in order to enrich that content as it's getting passed through. For instance, we may have a generic customer ID that goes across our whole enterprise, whereas within specific applications, they might have their own customer ID. We could tag those with the customer ID that's generic in order for us to enable us to be able to trace that data throughout our organization and to be able to bring it back and provide our customers with the best experience possible. That brings me on to insight-ready data. Insight-ready data is data that you need to be able to use in order to be able to drive your business forward and to answer those questions in a timely manner, to be able to react quickly to that. And in order to be able to have that data and call it insight ready, it needs to be clean, it needs to be trusted, and it needs to be accurate. Clean data means that the records are complete. They have standard encoding in them so that it's the same across all the transactions, and also they have duplicates removed. Trusted data means that there's data lineage associated with it. It means that it's consistently captured. There's no manual interventions or things happening to it that aren't under a controlled environment. And also there's an audit trail for all changes that are coming in through that process. And lastly, the data, but not least, is accuracy. Accuracy is highly important. If we want our systems or our predictions to be, rather than it to be a predictions or something that needs to be referenced or determined if it's right or wrong, the business could actually create an automated process that would react completely. But the data needs to be accurate, otherwise it can skew results and send things off in the wrong direction. to be accurate, it needs to be correct, it needs to be balanced, it needs to have gone through a data quality process, and it needs to be clearly represented. For things like dates, or as an example of things like that need to be clearly represented. We may collect data from different countries around the world, which may have a different date representation. We need to make sure that when we're storing this, we store it with a consistent date representation that can be understood across the board by anybody. So that's basically what we need to do in order to be able to react and be responsive to our digital transformation from a data perspective. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Christina. That's awesome. I'll not ask you if we have any data swamps in Liberty Mutual. You don't have to answer that question. But that's brilliant. I mean, hopefully you can see now that we're trying to kind of think differently about this. You know, Liberty Mutual is a very large company, like any other. I think there is almost like two different kind of things here. So we need to think very differently of how we're structured. So hopefully that was a nice kind of whirlwind tour about how we think of AI within Liberty Mutual and how we get value from AI. You do need to have that really solid platform of data, and there's many years to get that right. But then you also need that nimbleness and that kind of you know, that way of working really quickly to find the value. And it's those two hand in hand that I think are particularly challenging. So hopefully that's been insightful today. So as we walk through customer experience, operations, digital platform, we've given you a glimpse of how we work. So I'll just kind of finish by saying I think that the idea of leading with the question is absolutely crucial, but there's lots of solid foundations you need in place. So have you created the right team? Do you have a small team that can move quickly and really unlock that business value? Or business value, it's not always money, it can be something else. You really need to find and understand what that is. Can you build quickly? You can't afford to spend 6 months building something these days. You need to build really quickly and securely. Are you asking the right questions? I see lots and lots of teams going completely the wrong direction for a long time and burn through money. So you really need to have courage and confidence and ask the right questions. And I believe your business depends on it. In the current climate with digitization, digital transformation, and this AI more important every month. So hopefully that's is an insightful kind of session there. I'd like to thank Sam, Stuart, Rory, and Festina for kind of sharing their kind of stories there. If you're interested in any more of this, I mean, we're always willing to talk about our experiences. We have lots of stuff on social media, etc. Please feel free to reach out to me directly or any of the team here if you're interested in these stories. We have a whole bunch of different articles and stuff around. So we're more than happy to discuss this, and hopefully that was an insightful 45 minutes. So I think I'm handing over to my partner in crime, Tom Gray, now for the next session. So thank you, folks. It's been a pleasure to speak.
Thanks, David. Super session. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So for the next hour or so, we're going to be looking at the impact AI could have or is having on the screen industry, TV, films, games. We've got talks from 3 leading screen industry companies, Humane, Italic Pig, and EnterES, all of whom are doing very different things in the local market. And afterwards, we'll be joined by Darrell Charles from Ulster University for a hopefully spirited conversation. But hold on, you say, what's Tom Gray doing in the screen industry? It's a good question. So firstly, I love movies, always have. And while I was involved with Digital Catapult a few years back, I got the opportunity to meet a bunch of companies that I wouldn't otherwise have had the pleasure of. And aside from being impressed with the talent that we have in Northern Ireland around screen, I was intrigued by how software was becoming an integral part of the sector. And I guess that shouldn't have been a surprise. Software is increasingly underpinning every area of our activity. Actually, someone recently said to me that even hardware is software now, and I think there's a lot of truth to that, particularly when you look at virtualization, be it server, be it network. Anyhow, I had the opportunity to join the Northern Ireland Screen Board this year, and I jumped at the chance. And I hope that I can bring some of my digital expertise to bear. And if, as they say, innovation happens at the edges, maybe the intersection of software and screen, two real Northern Ireland strengths, can be a fertile area for innovation. But AI. Now, we're already seeing artificial intelligence in action in screen, whether it's de-aging Will Smith or Robert De Niro, whether it's creating an entirely computer-generated Lion King remake. And I think I'm right in saying that Jon Favreau only used a single live-action scene in The Lion King, and he introduced it just to see if anybody would spot the difference, and they didn't. And I guess, speaking of Jon Favreau, we're also seeing AI being used to support the use of virtual production in creating The Mandalorian. And anyway, many people's first introduction to artificial intelligence was probably in games, whether as an opponent in chess or in Unreal, which is kind of where my gaming education stopped. But this has evolved significantly since I last played games in earnest. And how else can AI be used in the screen industries? Now, I'm not convinced that I'd want to watch a movie written by an AI, although sometimes it kind of feels like I am doing it. But AI can certainly analyze scripts to help the qualification and editing processes, asking questions like, what's the purpose of this scene? Why is this person saying this line at this point? And AI can, of course, be used to optimize the pre-production process, whether it's streamlining shooting schedules based on actor or location availability, to automating the location scouting process based on how a scene is described versus real life locations that have been mapped and it's aware of. We've already seen game music being procedurally generated to support branching narratives. And there's no doubt that AI can help with the composition process, if not autonomously creating scores that are tuned for maximum emotional impact, be it jump scares or whatever. Of course, AI is already helping studios promote movies, TV shows, and games. And that's kind of a double-edged sword, of course. In any event, we're just at the beginning of the exploitation of AI in the screen industry. And given the importance of screen to Northern Ireland, we need to ensure that our companies, our creatives, have an awareness of the potential of AI and access to the necessary skills and support. But enough from me. Let's hear from some experts. First up is Greg Maguire of Humane. We're going to be hearing from Greg just after this video.
Digital humans play an important role in the video games we play. Some resonate with us so strongly that they have become cultural icons. Creating a digital human is not easy. It requires a team of designers, 3D artists, software developers, and even psychologists. Because the subtle differences we all have in the shape of our eyes, our noses, our mouths, the colours of our skin, the way our faces make expressions, all add up to a complex pattern that make us all unique. The ability to recognise these subtle differences is so important in humans that the brain appears to have an area solely devoted to that task. We asked ourselves, can we use machine learning to recognise these subtle differences to help us build a human likeness? Or, to put it another way, can we use machine learning to help us create a digital human from a single photograph or a video? Machine learning algorithms can find the complex relationships between different sets of data. We need our algorithms to extract hidden features from photographs or videos and establish the complex relationships between these features and a corresponding 3D model. Once it has learnt this relationship, it can make a good guess at what the 3D model should look like. We have calculated that we would need to photograph millions of people from all over the world, And we would need to build them all as 3D models, an impossible task. However, using our knowledge and expertise, we can simulate this process by creating hundreds of realistic digital humans and photographing them inside the computer. We used photogrammetry to capture all known muscle movement from a world-leading expert in face and emotion. We acquired scans of hundreds of people from many diverse backgrounds. We built a facial rig that could be posed in any expression possible, and we can photograph them under different lighting conditions and camera angles. This will give us an exact pairing of images and 3D models to use as our training data. Our approach combines our deep understanding of creating digital humans with advances in machine learning to create digital humans for video games. But it has implications beyond entertainment, such as solving medical problems, virtual retail, facial recognition, social media, and many more. Once we have completed the process, anyone can make a realistic 3D model of themselves from a single photograph.
All right. Thanks, Tom. It's a pleasure to be here. I just got to start off with a little 50-second video of as by way of an introduction to Humane. So, yes, it's really easy to create ugly characters in computer animation, and conversely, it's really hard to create believable, realistic characters because it takes a team of experts in computer science and psychology in order to be able to create one, and it can take months. And even assembling a team like this is challenging for the majority of video game developers, and it still doesn't guarantee a good outcome. And all this while audiences are currently demanding more. So the problem breaks down into 4 areas for us. And it begins with creating a model of an expressionless face. So digital content creation tools that artists use, like Autodesk Maya, have advanced to a stage where, with the right skill level, a 3D artist is capable of creating a single model of a character. And here's a couple of examples here. On your left, you can see a realistic 3D model of a character from Chris Costa. And on the right is an example of a believable non-photorealistic character. And the next problem takes on another level of expertise, and that is how to create a face that deforms believably. And without this expertise, it's difficult to know how to create a target shape that transitions from one target to another and still look like the same person, or what face shapes are important to create, or how do you separate the face into different muscle movements, or how many should I make, or how do they all work together? Which brings us to facial rigging, which is another level of expertise that involves programming. Rigging is the logic that goes on under the hood that enables all of the shapes to work together in a believable way. And many packages have a node-based interface like this one here from Maya, which allows you to instruct the digital content creation package to perform this task. And it's pretty complex, but it can also be recreated programmatically. It also needs to expose a friendly user interface to an animator in order to pose the character. And it also needs to be accessible by a motion capture solver like this example. And we've been able to drive our facial rigs procedurally with AI brains as well. So to recap the problem for us, it breaks down to these 4 areas. Modeling the likeness of the subject into an expressionless face, modeling all the face targets and the correctives. And as I said, this can take 3 months for some studios. Developing the facial rig so that all the shape weights are controlled logically. And there's a simple but a powerful UI. And then the rig must be posable by a human and also controllable by software algorithms. So no wonder this is all very challenging. So our solution combines our deep understanding of the character development pipeline with advances that we have made in machine learning to deliver AAA production quality facial rigging to video game developers faster and easier. Now, to begin this change, we had to think about our approach in a different way. So our facial rig toolset is underpinned by the facial action coding system, which is the gold standard to categorize all facial movement. It is used by behavioral scientists and facial researchers, and increasingly in computer animation. It's a pretty thick manual, but it describes in great detail all observable facial movement. And it comprises of 40 muscle movements called action units that, when combined, can create every single expression possible. Our Chief Scientific Officer is Dr. Erika Rosenberg. She's a world-renowned expert in the facial action coding system. She's a protege of Paul Ekman, who's the senior author of FACS. So by teaching FACS for the past 30 years, she has gained the ability to move every single muscle in her face independently, which made her the perfect candidate for us to scan. So we scanned her posing each of the 40 action units, plus 100 of their common combinations, 140 scans in total. And we wrote software to stabilize these scans and to wrap them with our own unique topology. We also captured Erika with a 4D camera rig from Dimensional Imaging, going through the exact same database. That's the 40 action units plus their 100 common combinations. And this enabled us to capture all the nonlinear data that you can't capture with still images. And the nonlinear data adds a really super rich layer of realism on top of traditional linear blend shape morph targets. We wrote software to transfer Erika's database to another character. And here you can see the results of 3 of those action units retargeted to neutral heads. Now, this works pretty well, but many of Erika's characteristics also get transferred to the other character as well, like the way Erika smiles or the way that Erika would frown. So our second version then takes more samples, a sparse set of samples as input. And we've identified shapes that we can extract multiple action units from. And we either have an actor perform them or we have a modeler sculpt them. And we use these to guide our retargeting process. So this software then can transfer this super clean set of facial action units and to any other character. So we can take a single model or a single scan as input, or a sparse set of expressions in order to be able to build our facial rig. And this is what our facial rig looks like inside of Maya. This is a blend shape rig with a full set of facts and correctives. So there are about 180 shapes in total here. We also developed a shader network to fire normal maps inside of Maya in real time. This also works in Unity and in Unreal and in other customers' proprietary game engines and offline renders. It's robust, it's intuitive for animators to use, and it can also be driven by motion capture solvers. We've also developed another tweaking layer on top of this. So a cinematic director can really get in there and dial in exactly what shapes they want there if they're not achievable just through the morph targets. And we're going to be adding this into our real-time rig in future versions. And just showing some soft eye setup. So since we began, we've been fortunate enough to work with a number of really great companies across multiple platforms. And if I could just single out Treyarch there for a second, we just finished working with them to develop the latest Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which is a really great fun project, and a fun project to be able to do from our offices here in Belfast. So that takes you through our standard tool set. What we needed, in parallel, we've been be able to work with those customers to validate and improve our tool set, but we've also been developing neural networks to tackle these problem areas as well. How do we need to model an action? Do we need to model a character? Or can we generate a character from a photographic image or a piece of video? Can we then generate a facial action coding set and also the correctives as well from that? And then can we generate a rig for animators to move, or for the motion capture solvers to drive? And then can we, or can we drive it with video on top of that? And then how do we transfer, those action units or that motion to another character? So that's what we've been using our AI for. And this is an early result of some of our tests where we're able to work with a 3D morphable model. We've been working with multiple versions of that, and we've been encoding it in different ways. But here we can see one that can track the face, track the likeness of someone, and also extract what action units and what expressions are being used. We've been able to reconstruct a fairly detailed face, which has been working out really well. However, we've been using publicly available databases for that, and we've discovered lots of limitations around that, particularly with when a lot of these databases can be generated by academia, or only available to academia, but they don't have that deep understanding of how to construct a face properly in order to be able to tackle all the other issues I talked about. So we have acquired a database of hundreds of heads, and we've been able to extract a lot of those action units, and we've been also able to fill in any gaps that those expressions have, and then we can push all of this into, and we're developing a parametric facial model that we can drive from a single photograph. I'm getting waved off the stage here, I think. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm looking forward to being part of the panel later. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Greg. As we said, as Greg mentioned, he'll be joining the conversation shortly. Next up, we've got Kevin Beamers from Italic Pig, and he's going to be talking about AI in gaming. Kevin, over to you.
Hello, this is Kevin. Am I in? There we go. Hey, this is Kevin Beamers. Thanks, Tom. Thanks for inviting me on the panel today. I think AI in gaming is a rather broad subject. I'm going to be talking about AI in the gaming that I am doing. And even that is just a light touch. So I hope to be able to impart on you some of the fun stuff that we've been working on with one particular project called The Infinite Hotel. The Infinite Hotel, where this came from, let me start off with some slides. Here's what sucks about VR. Everybody tries to make great big vistas, huge spaces, wide adventures, but the people who play VR are playing it in a space that looks like this. Most people don't have more than a couple of meters of space, if that, in their own house. And so when you try to make something that is this big, you end up having to lean on different locomotion techniques. The idea of room scale kind of goes out the window when the room that you've created for the people to walk around in is far bigger than the room that they have. So the Infinite Hotel as a concept, that's where this came from. We got some funding from Creative Europe. This would have been several years back. We got Creative Europe funding. It was matched with Northern Ireland Screen. Thank you very much. And the concept for the Infinite Hotel came from the idea that we wanted a huge space that the player still feels naturally confined to. So this is the lobby of the Infinite Hotel. This is one of the crazy hallways of the Infinite Hotel. This is where the concierge is from. Where the concierge floor is. He can get you absolutely anything you could ever want. You just order it from him and he passes it across. Now, all of this looks huge, but the fact of the matter is the tagline for the game is a grand scale adventure in a room scale space, because you are the elevator operator. So as an elevator operator, you can go as high or low as you like, depending on the space, depending on the speed of your elevator. And you'll be opening up into, there's the lobby again. Here we are opening up into a restaurant, or again, one of the many infinite hallways. And so anyway, right now, haven't even started to talk about AI. This has all been immersive. It's all been VR gaming that we've been dabbling in for some time. Now, the problem that we had was this is an infinite hotel. It's an interdimensional, you saw the weird characters, an interdimensional alien hotel, I don't know, multiverse type thing. And the problem with anything to do with 3D gaming, any kind of gaming whatsoever, is quantity of assets. So we created an initial character system that took bits and pieces of models that existed and had hook points for the eyes and hook points for horns and made a bunch of pieces. And we did a lot of character randomization at runtime. So when a button is pressed in the elevator, the doors open and something is standing on the other side. We didn't program it. We've assigned them a random hallway. We've assigned a random mission, and we have assigned a random design to the character. The problem with designing random characters when you're limited to a certain quantity of assets is you end up with something a little like the guys in No Man's Sky had to deal with. Now, don't get me wrong, No Man's Sky was an incredibly ambitious game. They've recently come out with No Man's Sky VR, and the idea behind their character generator, their alien character generator, was make a bunch of pieces and stitch them together. And it's the easiest go-to. And it's ambitious, and you can very easily say to yourself, okay, if I've got 4 heads and 4 bodies and 4 tails, technically I've got 64 characters. Oh, what if I do 16, 16, and 16? We're up to 2048, maybe 4096, I don't know. But it feels like a ton of characters, but it's very easy to start seeing the repetition. Even in our last slide, which may be the next slide as well, those body shapes, you know, that's one is the guy in the top left is the coconut, the guy in the bottom right is the slug, the guy second from the left is the crab, and you know they've got tentacles. Sometimes they float, sometimes they've got feet, but even playing on your own for say 10, 15 minutes, you start to go, there's the crab again. Yep, oh, there's the coconut guy, right? So we asked ourselves, is there a solution to allowing the game to choose, and for the machine, for machine learning to start generating characters that not even we believed or set up the rules for. So what we thought of was, well, what if, okay, we teamed up with Future Screens. Future Screens has given us a bit of R&D money to start pursuing this. We put some efforts into it and have been working on our character generator 2.0. Now, Sydney here, he's a bespoke character. He gets hand animated because he's one of the mains. But a lot of the other ones, like the ones I showed you before, there they are again, those are randomly generated. Now, can we do more with less was our first question. Knowing that the guys over at No Man's Sky more or less went with the plan of, if we make enough assets and multiply them by a number of other assets, we'll appear infinite. But very quickly, the internet started grabbing screen grabs of stuff that didn't work, or that was obviously a repeat, things like that. So to avoid that kind of idea, we thought, well, okay, initially, we set our own rules. Body shapes, body parts, blend shapes, hook points. So, you know, as you can see, the crab in the top corner, he's got 6 legs, he's got tentacles, wings or no wings, they can bend around. Now that was our initial thing, but you always seem to expose what the body looks like in the center. And so by fiddling around a little bit, our technical director was fiddling around with just a sphere. What can we do with a sphere? Can we mash a sphere into a bunch of different shapes? And this forming the core of the body set, we could, well, not these 5, but basically taking a mesh, pulling it all out of whack in different directions, but keeping the same number of vertices in their arrangement. Can we do some sculpting with this thing such that the machine chooses a body shape based on a bunch of points between 0 and 1. Now, what's interesting about this, a little bit of a side note, this has actually come in extremely handy in the project we're working on now that has nothing to do with aliens. It's about dinosaurs, finding dinosaurs in a forest or in a valley. We have several different sets, but a lot of to avoid having to work out having to make 1,000 trees to make the place feel popular, we were able to adapt what we've built in that system over to here and make one tree, pull the tree out of whack, and then suddenly have a ton of trees to work from. So what this does, it's a randomizer. It works great for inanimate objects, props, that sort of a thing. We've still got to place them, but you get the idea. Still, haven't got to the AI part yet. Could machine learning help? Well, we asked ourselves, well, what if we took these pieces and we still gave them a limited number of eyes, ears, eyebrows, feet, ways of movement, that kind of thing, and then gave it to a machine with no rules and just said, here, grab from these bags, slap some stuff onto it, and see what comes out the other end. Now, that's a generation 1 move. Obviously, some part of this needs to be filtered through a human to say, yes, you're doing it right, or no, that's never going to work. And so the final part of the R&D that we've still yet to pull the trigger on is the idea of data gathering. So the concept that we're working on to help with our character creation is called Rando Tinder. Rando Tinder creates, this is a screenshot from a phone app, where it generates a seed, it generates a character. I can click the idle walk button to toggle, and I can decide whether I like this guy or not. Now, this is obviously done with our character creator version 1, but having character creator 2 in this space, the idea is to generate a character, and more than just I like it or I don't like it, being able to say, I like the eyes, I don't like the arms, I like the legs, I don't like the body. And it will either regenerate with the eyes and the 2 things I said. The eyes and the legs are still in place, but the other 2 are newly generated. But at the moment, what we've got is I say yes or no to this, it collects that data, and then it generates me a new thing. And if I like that guy, then I can swipe left or right, or press thumbs up, thumbs down, and it'll generate me another one. So it's not a game per se, but just a, do you like this guy or do you not? And because all of these characters are generated from seeds, that place at the top there that says room 15 trillion, that's like a piece of the seed just to show it exists. It's a different one on each character, but it means we could regenerate that guy or figure out from what point that guy came from so that we find even a common thread. Everybody likes the guys with legs. Nobody likes the tentacles. It becomes a common thread that way. But the idea being that eventually, once we pull in all this data and feed it back into the machine makes more rules for itself, and it says, fair enough, eyes, symmetry, position of the hands. This makes no sense. Never do this again. And then we do it for a round 2, and we do it for a round 3. And the hope is that eventually we'll get to a point where we pop this into the machine and into the game. The player starts playing the game, and we start getting characters, all of which are appealing, but some of which we never could have predicted ourselves. So, is it the solution? We don't know yet. Because I said, we haven't pulled the trigger yet on Rando Tinder. We're still building parts of the back end, but I can't wait to see how it works. At the same time, I'll show you a little clip of what else we've been working on with Future Screens on a second project, and that's the idea of sentient goo. I've only have a few slides on this because this is very much in its infancy. But the bad guy in the bad guy in this show in the game is goo. It's a blob that's taking over the entire hotel. And so what we want is a bad guy that is a liquid. First of all, it's a texture. It has to react to your movements. It has to be inquisitive. It has to be aggressive at times. It has to be curious. It has to run away. And so just trying to get the idea of a filter that goes on top of this, whether or not we can use a bit of machine learning to get this to become a reactive substance, that's another possibility that we are hoping to explore. But thank you very much for listening to some of the fun stuff we're doing with the Infinite Hotel. I can't wait to show you more. Thanks very much. Back over to you, Tom.
Thanks, Kevin. We'll talk more in a couple of minutes. So up next, the last of our initial talks is Chris Kelly from Enter Yes. Chris is going to talk about machine learning in film production. Over to you, Chris.
Hiya, Tom. Pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. Really appreciate being asked to chat at AICon and share our experiences with using machine learning on productions. So I thought the best thing for me to do was to just share the different kind of scale and kind of use of machine learning and some of the experimental stuff right through to some of the stuff that's very mundane and really, really straightforward. So who is Enter Yes? And I'll try and rattle through this very quickly. Enter Yes, very quick screen grab of our website, just showing that we are a visual effects and animation studio. I think one of the things that makes us sort of unique, at least locally, is that we work on shots and visual effects, shots on Hollywood features. On those productions, we've only got a couple of shots, 1 or 2 shots, maybe 10 shots maximum on a production. And then at the other end of the extreme, we have the entire production where we meet the client, we sit down, we work out what they want, and then we're there on the shoot. We supervise, we capture the data, the light, and everything, and then we're right through to the end where we're delivering the final shots to the post-production house. And that could be different post-production houses, whether it's Yellow Moon, Kaboom, places in London. So that's our kind of relationship to the industry. It sort of can be very, very fine-tuned and tight, or it can be the whole production on an entire TV series as well. So that kind of straddles both visual effects and animation, and our relationship to machine learning on the most boring level is how do we use it to streamline things and make things smoother. So if I take the most kind of straightforward kind of boring example, we actually, before I do that, part of the conversation is about the positives and the negatives. And this image on the left, we have Ralph McQuarrie. On the right, we have Ryan Church. And in a way, when I think of machine learning and our production and how things go forward, it has a relationship to this kind of these two images sitting beside each other. And I'll explain towards the end why. But again, the mundane and the straightforward, how do we use machine learning? Initial thing is upscaling, for example. That was something where we kind of very early got into the idea of, well, we're rendering something in potentially Octane or whatever, and or Arnold, and we've got 1 minute of frame for a render. And that's kind of could be very detailed frame, a lot of refraction, reflections or whatever, and it's taken a minute. And then the client says the production's 4K, And with some processes, it's not a linear kind of extrapolation. So that doesn't become 4 minutes. It doesn't become whatever. It sometimes can jump to 12 minutes, 8 minutes a frame, depends on what you're rendering. So in a way, for us, it was machine learning came in as a solution to that problem. So you could take something that you knew was a 2-minute render, a 1-minute render, and then we would upscale it using machine learning that would give you results that nobody could tell the difference between. Nobody could notice a difference. And those that upscaling and that processing of that HD image to 4K was taking less than 15 seconds per frame. So there's an initial saving over 40,000 frames of animation. If you take that as a percentage, it just makes absolute sense to be thinking of machine learning and AI whenever you're kind of planning your production pipeline. So that's just one really straightforward use. Now, to give you the sort of details, at the start, we would have been downloading open source papers and kind of stuff from GitHub and making sure that, and being part of that. And then right through to now, we might take an off-the-shelf software thing like Topaz Labs or something like that, that will do the same thing. So it's our understanding of that process and how it can benefit the studio that's been kind of super valuable, even on something really, really simple like upscaling. Where it gets a little bit more complicated and more fun is that we've got a production in development with Out of Orbit. They're Academy Award winning, and we've been BAFTA nominated, and we're kind of focused on creating animation production. And we were looking at ways that how do we do that in Belfast, and how do we do it with in an industry of our size, and do it at a standard that we feel is it could be on Netflix, could be on Prime, could be on any of the kind of bigger channels. And to do that, we needed to think outside the box or laterally. And one of the machine learning instantly came in. So again, we can keep costs down by upscaling. So there's one part of rendering. We could then also look at, for example, we've implemented our own kind of based on the OpenPose stuff, markerless facial tracking. So we can put somebody in, get them to do their performance, and then translate that to a stylized character and match the movements of their face. And does this work 100% of the time? Absolutely not. But it might take out 90% of the work, which is incredible. So I could ask, we had a production on called Before the Blood, and we initially asked somebody at the time when we weren't experienced in this, asked somebody to animate the face, and it was taking weeks of kind of character animation. We were able to take our motion capture data that we recorded on the day recently and update that animation in 10, 15 minutes. And it's like incredible how those sort of advances. How does that work? Again, similar setup. We're finding open source kind of material online, and sometimes Linux systems, sometimes Windows, and basically plugging that into other applications where we might take the data and do more with it. For example, bringing it into Unity and then in C#, trying to understand the distance between the data that we've collected and from the model sets, and understand, okay, well, that's a smile, and this is how we think our character smiles. And I'll get on to some of the positives and negatives about that kind of later, relating to the Ralph McQuarrie and Ryan Church image. So that's some more experimental stuff, and that's all in development, and lots of people have stories about those sort of things in development and how they could work. In a way, today I wanted to share an example of how we have used it in production to save money and to make, in a way, a lot of ways, it really bridged that gap and allowed us to finish a production. And that was the use of image style transfer. And when it first sort of was doing its rounds on the internet, I kind of sort of spotted it and realized, okay, well, this is really cool. People are taking Kandinsky kind of images and then they're applying them to, I don't know, a picture of Brad Pitt or something. That's one of the examples you'll see online, where you're collecting all this data from the Kandinsky painting and then you're applying it to the photograph. And yeah, it's all very kind of knowable and understandable now because it's been around for a while. But back in the day, we were thinking, well, what if we did this per frame for our animation to save on the amount of render time that we need to do? Because for our production, we needed a kind of a watercolory, organic, painterly test and a texture. And when we were doing that, we were doing that by hand per frame, and we were really, really lucky to be nominated for, or actually won an international Emmy and won a BAFTA for our work on kids content on that for the BBC News Round. Like a lot of really great stuff, but it was all happening by hand, and it was all taking a lot of time. We were asked to jump on a project, or I was asked to direct the project after being nominated for a BAFTA for short animation, and it was our first sort of feature project, and the scale was so much bigger, and it was just not possible on the budget to be able to use the process that we were using. Even if I wanted to, it just was not feasible. So that's where we started looking at those kind of ideas of using machine learning to kind of bridge that gap. So we were able, if I play the video, we were able to, maybe if I turn the sound on, better. We were able to do motion capture record in Prague for a couple of days, and then take that data and then put it on very, very simple previs models. And that was the equivalent of the photograph. Then we were able to take hand-drawn sketches. So we were able to do smaller amounts of the hand-drawn work. And then we're able to feed that into the network and have that spit out frames, 40,000 frames of animation in a time frame that was just absolutely not possible by hand. So for us, that and I'll try and wrap up because I know I'm probably running out of time here. But basically, that was our kind of reason for using it, was to get it over the line, get it done. But what I've kind of realized is that, and how I get to the Ryan Church as I close here, is one of the people that really inspired me as I was kind of joining the industry and getting into it was a guy called David O'Reilly. And recently he was kind of joined the Academy Award, Academy kind of like panel or board or whatever it is. And one of the things that he was talking about when he was joining the Academy was that things with machine learning simulation, they wouldn't even be eligible for these awards. So a lot of the awards that I've won in the past are like kind of used in order for me to get where I am now by saying, okay, well, I've done this and people appreciated it, and please let me try this, and then that kind of cycle continues. So the technology, in a way, needs to be demonstrated, that that kind of human touch and that sort of part of the of what you intend to do is directed as well, that the machine doesn't take over and just spit it out, that you have that kind of control and you have that fidelity. And I think we're starting to understand that now. When I do the machine learning of the capturing faces, now I can see bits where the machine has either misinterpreted it or interpreted it perfectly. But those two bits, you can choose, okay, well, that's actually a nicer expression. That machine learning data set has found something that's actually more compelling than what the actor had produced. And I think that's in line with what David O'Reilly wants to bring to, say, the Academy, and where he's pushing, in the sense that these systems are now able to collect enough data and process stuff in a way that can add to that art or advance the narrative or whatever. And I think that's a really positive thing. And I think things like the Academy, being amazing people that they are, and all these kind of institutions will move along with that, and it'll become part of our kind of conversation and part of how we create content in a way. Which finally brings me back to my point with the Rob and Ryan. Was basically when I started out, there was definitely a bit of a stigma going from, and now I've been in this for 20 years, and people didn't use Wacom's. The Softimage was on a Silicon Graphics machine that cost 20,000. It was not a common thing. And the idea of digital painting and the idea of creating that artwork was it was a traditional medium, and it was considered beautiful because of that. And now we can culturally accept that digital art and these sort of mediums and the use of the machine in that sense will advance the narrative, advance what we're doing. So in a way, we're working this into our production to save money and cost, but ultimately I think more beautiful things will come out of it in the long run as we invest in the tech and experiment. But I hope somebody got something from that, and it was super helpful for anybody interested in using machine learning or AI in their productions.
Thank you, Chris, Kevin, and Greg. I guess I hope that everybody who was listening to those sessions kind of sees why I'm excited and inspired by what's happening in the screen industry and the potential of intersection between software and screen. And I guess I wish two things. One, I wish we had more than 10 minutes apiece to discuss these because they're all fascinating topics in themselves. And I guess number two, I wish that everybody in Northern Ireland, certainly everybody in school in Northern Ireland, could actually see these sessions. And I think they'd be really excited to see that things like this, is actually happening, that it's actually happening in Northern Ireland, that they can be part of, this broad, creative tech renaissance, and they can and more. So we'll maybe discuss this a little bit more detail in the conversation to come, and we'll be back with the panel after a few short videos.
Matrix is an industry-led panel that advises government on how best to grow the Northern Irish economy through research and innovation, science and technology. Over the years, Matrix has led the way in identifying opportunities and future trends, showing how a science and technology-based economy can help Northern Ireland thrive.
Matrix members come from all kinds of tech sectors, from software development to aerospace and advanced manufacturing, from cybersecurity to life and health sciences. This breadth of knowledge and experience helps us identify the emerging technologies that Northern Ireland can make best use of to grow the whole economy.
Digital Catapult Northern Ireland connects industry and academia to build innovative partnerships. We have worked closely with Matrix for several years and have been continually impressed with the panel's work. One of our latest partnerships with Matrix is in the artificial intelligence sector. Northern Ireland has a fast-growing AI industry sector. It's powering hundreds of jobs and driving impressive technological advances locally. Matrix first identified the critical importance of AI to Northern Ireland back in 2015, and since then the panel has worked to identify the research strengths within our universities and the sectors that could benefit most from the application of artificial intelligence. Last year's Turing report found that the combined AI research capability of our universities would rank them 6th in the United Kingdom, making a strong case for the formation of an AI Centre of Excellence here in Northern Ireland. The current Foresight study will identify which sectors will benefit from the application of AI, particularly now with the post-COVID focus. So the work of Matrix is really making a difference for us in the adoption, development and applications of AI across the technology sectors.
The COVID-19 crisis has shown how vital Northern Ireland tech companies are for economic recovery and growth. The work that these companies do affects everyone, improving healthcare, supporting remote working and online learning, developing better ways to build homes, and helping the government to provide better services for their citizens.
The work that Matrix does is not just about technology. It's about people and skills too. The work that we have done on encouraging women and girls into fulfilling and well-paid careers in tech continues, with the formation of the new Northern Ireland WISE Hub, the Women in Science and Engineering Hub.
Matrix works to identify the future needs of high-tech businesses, making sure that government is aware of their future skills requirements, the kind of support they need, and the emerging technologies where Northern Ireland has strength and capacity. As Northern Ireland rises to the challenges of the future, Matrix will provide the evidence and advice to help government make the right choices.
We've 3 different sort of product lines. We've got a chatbot team. We've got a transcription service, so changing voice transcriptions of phone calls to text. And then the team that I'm currently working on is the optical character recognition team, which is taking scanned documents and then digitizing that text.
At Allstate, we're always given new problems to solve. That's really satisfying because you have to think of innovative new ways to solve that, and then you go and investigate, you go and research, you speak to other people. By doing that, you'll learn how to use new technologies, you'll meet loads of new people.
A good machine learning engineer would be inquisitive, be willing to do the research, try things out. It's important to try things and know that it might not necessarily go somewhere and not put all your eggs in one basket. But yeah, research is really important. So.
That was one of the things that really appealed to me about Allstate, is that coming in you get all these career paths presented to you. There's loads of training available, there's mentorship, there's career guidance.
My manager is very keen for me to take on that I can develop in my own team. As well, I think Allstate is very good at offering you opportunities outside your current team as well. So if you want to move around in the organisation, that's a very easy thing to do. So I think internally in your team and externally, there's a lot you can do.
Allstate, yeah, I've seen the transferable skills, you know, to bring me on in the first place, and they have again in other colleagues who have picked up the role well and are performing well.
Although there are people who kind of specialise in certain areas, there's always crossover between different roles. They're really forward thinking and they're really progressive here, and that they understand that having a really good work-life balance and having like all of these social events and these opportunities for people to basically unwind and live a healthier life, and they really invest in that.
I think you come into this role if you've got that interest and ability to learn new skills and willingness to give it a try. There's the support to learn those skills and to be successful at it.
Welcome back, folks. Before we kick off the panel conversation in earnest, I'd just like us to play the final film that we produced in collaboration with Future Screens NI. It's another look at AI, this time from Boom Clap Play.
Hey, Gran, what's going on?
Alex, I'm getting really worried.
Why? What's up?
Machine learning. It's everywhere now. It's going to take over the planet.
Slow down, Gran. We've been using AI for a long time. It's not at all scary. Machine learning is just computers identifying patterns. It's just recently it's been getting way better.
Better at taking over the human race, you mean?
Well, hopefully not. More likely it will help us do amazing new things. Some stuff engineers have been trying to do for ages, and lots of things we can't even imagine yet.
Can I bring me a cup of tea in the morning?
That's more robots, Gran. But there are some cool things you can do already, like ask a smart speaker to remind you to take your insulin every day, or play your favourite song at dinner. What about asking your virtual assistant to phone up your favourite restaurant and book a table because you're too busy washing the dog?
I can do that already?
Yeah, you can. Natural language processing can capture the meaning in our sentences, and that's just the start. Doctors are already using AI to help them analyse medical scans and even assist in surgery.
Could the doctors make me AI so I can live forever as a cyborg pensioner?
No, Granny. I think your pension would run out, but it is quite amazing. Computers are so powerful these days and getting so good at spotting patterns within lots of information that doctors can use it to detect illnesses faster, and every day it's getting better at its job.
Well, speaking of jobs, what about all our jobs, Alex? Those AIs are going to come over here and take all our bloody jobs.
Gran, in some ways you're right. New algorithms will replace a lot of repetitive work carried out by humans, though, to be fair, that's been true in the past too. What about the printing press, weaving machines, and telephone switchboards? But there is a positive side to it.
Oh, you mean like a personal robot that looks just like us and goes to work for us too?
No! Firstly, there's going to be lots of new jobs from this new technology. Then there's the work itself. People will work faster, it will be more collaborative, We'll worry less about the boring stuff and more on the larger ideas, the bigger picture.
So what are you saying? There's nothing to worry about?
Well, no. Society still needs to be really mindful. Machine learning is only as good as the information it receives. If an algorithm is only fed a certain type of data and not others, we end up with a bias in the system. This can cause problems where entire groups of people are disadvantaged. There are physically dangerous situations too. What happens if we rely on an algorithm that hasn't been trained to understand an object that can cause accidents? It's really important that we understand and test these scenarios properly.
Well, Alex, I must get you to have a word with my friends. Fancy heading to mine and getting a pizza?
Sounds good, Gran. I'll have a pepperoni.
Okay, love. Hey, Doodle. Call Pizza Works and get me a large pepperoni and a chicken sizzler.
I'm sorry, Granny. I'm afraid I can't do that. I think you know what to do. Okay, Granny. I will call for pizza order now.
Okay, so thanks to Boom Clap Play for a balanced, albeit probably slightly optimistic view of AI in the future to come. And hopefully we'll be able to take a balanced, but maybe slightly optimistic view in the rest of this conversation. I mean, with the exception of Darrell, you've seen all the speakers up before now. Haven't really spent a lot of time introducing them, so I'd like them to take a few minutes to introduce themselves. And I would certainly ask them not to be at all modest. There's an awful lot of experience here that we can tap into. So given that you haven't spoken, Darrell, can we kick off with you? Introduce yourself and I guess why you're here.
Sure, thank you very much, Tom. I'm a lecturer in computer science at Ulster University. My PhD was originally in machine learning, and around the year 2000, it dawned on me that I could actually do some research in games. So at that point, I suddenly became a game AI researcher, which made the conferences that I visited a lot more interesting and entertaining. Although it was still looking at the STEM underlying technologies. I've been teaching game development actually at Ulster for the last 20 years as well. Some of those have managed to weasel away into the games industry. Others are working in mainstream. My focus has been also AI in games through that time as well. And now I'm branching out into virtual reality research. I am currently trying to spin out a company with my research assistant for a product that's virtual reality stroke rehab based. So trying to bring rehab to stroke survivors in their home and connect back to the health centres and the hospitals. So that's one of the reasons I'm here. Another reason is I'm involved with two large projects in Northern Ireland, which are quite significant in terms of screens, if you want, in the screen industry. One is Future Screens that has already been mentioned. My interest is, again, AI, games and VR, and connecting to local companies. Future Screens is the brief for Future Screens is to help local industry, creative industries to grow, to spawn new startups and generate new IP. So I'm doing my best to interact with small companies and new startups to help that. Interesting for me, anyway, is that all of the companies that I've connected to are focusing on AI. So one of the focuses is on AI for content creation in lots of different ways. Another one is user analytics and modeling connected to customers. So really interesting for me that there's that much focus within the screen industry on AI.
That's super, Darrell. Okay, can we move on to Chris, please?
Hi, yeah, thanks again for having us here. I'm I own a studio called Enter Yes. We do visual effects and animation. I'm a BAFTA nominated director, and the studio itself has multiple, maybe 10 awards within the BAFTAs, Emmys, and various other kind of RTS and Griersons and stuff. So we've kind of put our heads down and worked really hard in the industry over the years. What's unique about us is that we do small collections of shots on bigger scale productions like Hollywood features and stuff like that, right through to the other end of the spectrum, which I think is more unique, where we have the entire production. So we sit down with the producers at the start, and then we work right through to delivering the shots, the post-production at the end. So that's being on shoot and everything. So that puts us in a unique position where we start to think of machine learning affecting various different departments and how it bridges gaps as well as being able to use it to save or to make things, streamline things within a specialism. So it's been really exciting to kind of engage with it and use it in various parts. And like I said in the chat, it's not just one area. That it seems to be part of every conversation now, whether it's virtual production or whether it's just updating, I don't know, rigging, facial animation, upscaling images, whatever.
Thanks, Kevin. Sorry, Chris. Kevin, next.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Kevin Beamers. I run a company called Italic Pig. We're a video game company. We're a company full of storytellers. While I wouldn't say that we're heavy into tech, AI, that sort of a thing, we do see everything as sort of a potential tool in the arsenal. So what can we do? What are the possibilities? And I think our favorite question to ask while creating properties would be something like, yeah, but what if we didn't do that? What if it isn't? What if we did this in a different way? We tend to write these story-driven games, always a little bit of genre bending, genre mashing, and people seem to like what we've been up to. So we're still in business, and I'm happy about that.
Thanks, Kevin. Greg?
Hi, Tom. Thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Greg. I'm the CEO and founder of Humane. My background is in animation and visual effects, and more recently AAA video games as well. I spent 16 years at California at Disney and at Lucasfilm as a creature supervisor and also as an R&D supervisor. My credits include Star Wars, Clone Wars, Harry Potter, Avatar, and more recently Call of Duty, especially the Black Ops Cold War. At Humane, we work with some of the world's top entertainment and technology companies to create digital humans for them. And we use AI to help us increase our quality and to scale our productions by automating many of the processes that are currently relying on like really highly skilled artists.
Thanks, Greg. We'll just stay with you for a second. So very simplistically, there's kind of two things, I guess, that AI enables businesses to do. One is to do things that they already do, maybe better, faster. The other one is to enable them to do completely different things that they wouldn't otherwise have been able to do, new business models, etc. Is there anything that AI machine learning has enabled you to do that wouldn't have previously been possible, or is it an evolutionary thing?
Computer graphics is an evolutionary thing, which is why I absolutely love doing it. I've been doing it for 32 years now, and I still love it because the tool sets and the workflows are constantly changing. So there's always some new way of doing something. It's you're surely not going to wake up one morning and it be exactly the same as the past. But saying that, the development of character and development of creating digital humans and digital people hasn't really changed much in the past 10 years, and it's kind of become very, very stagnant. So what AI has done for us is opened up the doors to completely revolutionizing the way that we create characters, not just as a lens to be able to look through our development processes, but also as a tool to help us. And yes, as you say, it does make stuff more, faster and more efficient, but it also adds, quality and capability, which you don't really hear much chatter about. So, things faster and more efficiently, absolutely yes. And what would normally have taken studios, months to do to build a character, the AI tools that we're developing, we'll be able to do that in real time. And so from going from like 3 months to 1/60th or 1/90th of a second is an incredible game changer, and it opens up a whole world of possibilities, as you say, for different products. Capability wise, for our customers, we've been able to increase the quality of the characters that they produce. And for some others, we've enabled them to be able to go after projects that would have normally been outside their capability. So what we're ultimately trying to develop is to well, I've spent most of my life trying, and the AI button is a huge, big button to press. So it's a way of transferring all the skills and expertise that we have and delivering that to other people. So, we want to democratize that as much as we can. So, we're considering building a SaaS platform, and also in order to be able to deliver this capability, not just to, our customers with the deep pockets, but also down into, the smaller indie developers and the individuals who are working on their own projects.
Thanks, Greg. I guess, Kevin, same question. Is there anything that AI has uniquely enabled you to do, or is it just an improvement, albeit perhaps a significant improvement?
It's funny that, like, building on what Greg was saying there, I look at, and also on the video that you showed at the beginning of all this, the change of thinking that AI is not, it's not Skynet, it's not delivering you tea, it is making all the micro decisions for you. And when somebody presented it to me as eliminating micro decisions, that's what I saw as the biggest potential in development and production and all those things. It's like, as opposed to getting a modeler to start with a blank slate and say, build me a house, and they build that house up from zero, and it takes them 2 to 3 weeks, and they're thinking, do I put the wall at this point or that point? Instead, if there was an AI system to go build the houses, and it builds them, and they're 80% pretty good, and all the artist has to come with the discerning eye of a human, is go, well, why don't we move that wall back a little bit? Let's put that thing a little and make the carpet blue, but more or less, yeah, it's in the right space. So if the computer, despite it being called artificial intelligence, if it takes over a lot of the dumb decisions, it frees the mind from decision fatigue. So in a sense, what we were doing with our, the talk I did just before this was about our character generator. And the initial way we went about the character generator was kind of like as though we were creating a machine learning system, but without the machine learning in it. We said, let's build a system that does this. Let's keep building the rules to the system. Let's learn as we go. And instead of building, say, 1 character per week to give us 12 characters after 12 weeks, instead, let's spend 11 weeks on the system. And then when we press go, we'll suddenly have 10,000 characters. That's the theory. And so that worked to a degree on character generator 1. And then we said, well, what about actual use of machine learning, actual use of AI to have the computer say, bend things around and slap them together. It excites me to know that there can be something out there, as vague as you want to bring an AI, that it can eliminate all the stuff that are a drain on your creativity and allow you to focus on the core of what makes a human able to be more creative than a machine.
Thank you. Chris, same question?
I think, not to cover all the same ground, because the majority of it is all about streamlining the process and scaling up. But one area where I feel I've noticed certain things which applied to the idea of it bringing something new was in the kind of markerless facial capture as an example. Like if I compare that to the image style transfer part, it was about the content images and the style images that you were putting in, and you had to find, unlike Boomcat's amazing in animation, the bias, like you can adjust that in a way that the markerless facial data gives new expressions. And then that becomes really interesting, because as a director, when you've got people performing in front of a camera, you're trying to find those expressions or those moments that are really beautiful or emotionally appropriate. Now, initially, I'm getting the facial capture system to make that process streamlined. But then what's coming out of it is sometimes moments that didn't happen in the performance that the computers interpreted, which creates something new, something that is has its own little profound kind of feeling or emotion. And I think that for me is not a knowable thing that I could sell to our clients at the moment. Anybody that that I'm selling and saying I'm going to use machine learning to do this process want that reliability. With this, I feel we're at the really early stages of finding how you can affect the data to create new things that you didn't expect. So it's not just a case of saying, I have a forest and I want to populate it with trees and it's going to put them in random areas. What it ends up doing is presenting to you a different environment that you didn't think of that is actually more appropriate.
And Chris, I mean, are you saying that, AI is giving you, that beautiful serendipity that you would have expected AI to be not at all good at?
Yes, it's giving you ideas, and I think that's the root of the creativity, and why I was talking about David O'Reilly as an example, who was wanted in a positive way to sort of encourage the academy to start allowing simulation and machine learning aspects of animation to be considered a worthy form of art. In that sense, and it's not a pejorative comment on, say, the academy as an example. It's just like other people have said, an evolution of computer graphics and how we kind of use it. And if you compare Ralph McQuarrie to Ryan Church, their systems and the way they create their art is very different. But you start using something like Photoshop and the edges of brushes and become kind of randomized, and you start to find shapes that you like. It's that collaborative process between the machine and the person that you end up creating the new idea that allows you to form a new thing. So I do see it as something that is extrapolated beyond the mundane populating the forest with the trees. But at the same time, like, that's where its obvious use is at the moment, is scaling up, is giving us with a 5-person team the ability to work on a project that would normally take 20 people. Like, it's that simple.
Well, okay.
But I think that's an idea from planting ideas. Sorry.
Okay, Daryl, do you have any thoughts on this too, maybe from your slightly broader perspective? I mean, is there anything that we haven't touched on that you think maybe the industry should take more advantage of?
And I think the broad conversation is where we're at the moment. I mean, in terms of some of the academic AI, there are some people looking at artificial general intelligence, which might allow the machine to make more decisions and better decisions. But where we're at now is, I think, a collaborative situation with the AI. In order, we need to use different types of AI machine learning together with human intelligence to do the quality control. And it's very interesting what Chris was saying. I believe that's true, that some people have said that you can't, an AI can't be inventive, but I think when you're in collaboration with a human, it can be incredibly inventive. There's a couple of developments, I think, that have emerged in the last few years. One is well, obviously deep learning is everywhere, but the GPT-3 natural language processing, for example, is unbelievable. The ability to do deep fakes and to change. I mean, it just struck me with Chris, that at some point in the future, we'll be able to do production with real people, and the director will be able to change what they said later by using these natural language processing tools and also the deep learning image processing tools. And that overlaps with what Greg's doing as well, actually. So, I mean, that's my thought for now, anyway, Tom.
Okay. Thank you, Darrell. Now, just got a note from Con saying we've only got 5 minutes. I guess my response is, can we have some more, please, Con? But given that, I guess can we just go around the group again? You've been able to, I guess, take advantage of AI machine learning to the extent that you've wanted to do. I mean, what challenges have you had in doing that? You know, is there anything that you think, I guess, Northern Ireland is uniquely suited to do? And what support do you think we as a region need to provide to you as a sector to do that? In 30 seconds, please. Brian?
All right, okay. We've had help from a number of sources, which has been great. So if they could continue to do that fantastic work, which is invest in I, continue with the R&D grants, see the creative industries not just as projects and as something soft, but as something tangible, solid, and as an economic driver. They can continue to fund that space. That's great. I try and encourage more creative companies and creative industry companies to, go for Innovate UK awards, go for KTPs. It's great to see Audience of the Future and Future Screens NI come on board, which is great. Can we get more programmers into the creative industries? Because that's going to really start to change and manipulate the tools that we have. We've been able to partner with other companies such as NVIDIA on their Inception Accelerator and with AWS as well. Honestly, I want to give a big thank you to Kainos as well, because Tom and his team there have been helping us migrate some of our desktop stuff to the cloud. And one of the reasons why we've had to have help from them is because of the finding the expertise particularly in DevOps, is challenging also in order to be able to scale the kind of stuff that we're doing. So more involvement with the universities. We're involved with Ulster University, also involved with Bournemouth University, and getting all that talent on board into our team and getting all that knowledge transfer is vitally important as well. And if I can get everyone together to get behind SMIL, which is virtual production center that we're trying to build in Northern Ireland, that is building upon a couple of different things. It's building upon the enormous impact that the screen industries are having worldwide, with Game of Thrones, with Dungeons & Dragons, with all the projects that are happening so far. Virtual production is going to be a vital element to what we do in the future, and I think we all need to do our best to get behind that. I hope that was in 30
Thanks,
seconds.
Greg. Kevin, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think I'm going to turn your question on its head and say that it's not about whether NI is uniquely placed or uniquely skilled to excel in the industry. It's a question of why wouldn't we be? With all the tools becoming more accessible, getting closer to us, getting smaller, as Greg said, there's facilities, new facilities going to become available. There is no reason why we do not have the skills here, and we do not have the abilities here to compete on a global scale. I think it's very easy to sort of become hooray, we've won the Hollywood Business Awards or the Bangor Business Awards. But when we're all working in tech and we're working in games or film and TV, you have to compete on a global scale. So number one in Northern Ireland is a fine achievement, but number one in UK, in the world, in Europe, in any of the continents, that's what we can shoot for. There's absolutely no reason to stop at our own borders. Because everything is getting easier and more accessible.
Okay, Chris?
I'll try my best very, very quickly, because I'm sure there's only seconds left. Two parts to it. One is, I think the scale of Northern Ireland is something that kind of drives you, because I know from running a studio for about 15 years, machine learning was something I invested in because I needed to scale up. I couldn't find the talent. I couldn't get enough of it quick enough at that time. And that scale, I wanted to compete with companies in London. I wanted to be, for example, our stuff with the BFI, with people that are at the Academy Awards. I want to be playing at that sort of level. And in order to be able to do that, I was I felt Northern Ireland was perfectly positioned to kind of encourage you to go down that route. The second part of that was the support by people like Future Screens, NI Screen, and various other kind of people, Invest in I or whatever. They facilitated the idea of us being not necessarily a film studio, but a trans sort of media studio. So when we dipped our toe into games, like, it brought lots of problems, but it also brought a lot of solutions that we pulled out and brought into the film industry through the virtual production and working with people in San Francisco on that, on TV series at the moment. And it's a case about getting not just one facility up, but multiple facilities, so that there's a kind of a way that there can be a competitiveness between people. That, like how we got into machine learning initially, was because we needed to bridge a gap. We needed to streamline things and improve quality and do that in a way that we like. And I do echo what other people say. There is incredible talent in Northern Ireland, but I think Northern Ireland scale works in our advantage in this space as a sort of from that point of view. But anyway, there you go, fast as possible.
Super, thank you, Chris. Last word from the panel, Darrell.
Yeah, I just want to mention one of the issues, which is the talent shortage a little bit within the AI sector. Also, Future Screens has recognised that with regard to working within the creative industries. And the final word, I feel maybe we need to be talking about, it's not a problem in this context, the difference between AI programmers and data scientists, because I know within the university, there's lots of courses on data science, but, I feel maybe not the programming side that you need as an ML programmer or an AI programmer, maybe not so much supported. So that could be an issue going forward.
Yeah, I have to agree, Darrell, and this is, I guess, one of our bigger challenges, and it is part of what Michael and Adrian identified as some of the AI Centre of Excellence challenges. So it's fine. So, Conley, you'll be happy to hear we're almost done. I guess final words. We only covered one of 5 questions that I've got, so I think we've only scratched the surface of this. Maybe there is an opportunity for a global AI and screen event here that perhaps Future Screens NI could think about. Maybe we have a conversation about that.
Yeah.
And then again, I would just reinforce the need for us to invest more in skills, and I think we need to find ways to get our kids, the next generation, aware of the fact that people are working on Call of Duty, not just playing it, in Northern Ireland, and they could be part of that, or they could be part of Italic Pig, or they could be part of any of a number of wonderful companies in this sector. So thank you very much, everybody. We'll be able to take, I guess, questions offline if anybody's interested. So I think it's now time to hand over to Ruth.
Mm-hmm. So we've seen real and genuine breakthroughs in AI this century. And those breakthroughs have got some commentators concerned. They think that we're now on the edge of a kind of artificial intelligence explosion, and that very, very soon we'll have machines which are smarter in the very general sense than human beings, that it can do everything that a human being can do. And then the idea is, well, what happens if these machines start to apply their own intelligence to making themselves even smarter? And this thing might then spiral out of control. So a lot of commentators have been very, very concerned about that vision, and you may have heard the term the singularity to describe that vision. Well, in my book, I argue that this is not something that we should be concerned about imminently. I don't believe the singularity is going to happen anytime soon. But more importantly, that fears about these kind of science fiction dystopia scenarios distract us from the very real and very important problems that contemporary AI raises. Issues like algorithmic bias. If a computer program is making a decision about whether somebody should get a loan, or perhaps whether somebody should go to prison, what happens if that computer program is biased? Issues like algorithmic alienation. What happens if your computer program is your boss, which is monitoring everything you do on a moment by moment basis throughout your working day, and monitoring the tone of your emails, and maybe saying, well, I didn't like the tone of the email that you sent to that customer. Could you try and be a bit more positive in the next emails? Maybe even algorithms which are deciding whether you get a raise or potentially even deciding whether to keep you on the books at all. So there are a range of these different scenarios which I think are much more concerning for artificial intelligence than, as I say, these kind of science fiction dystopian scenarios. And so I talk about those in the book. And so I try to reframe the AI narrative to focus it around what progress is likely and what are the issues that this progress raises. And then finally, as the name of the book suggests, the dream of AI in some sense is to build machines which are fully autonomous and conscious and self-aware in the same that we are. Now, I don't think we're anywhere close to being able to do that. If it happens, and the community is divided on whether it can happen, it's a long, long, long way in the future. But it raises some really, really interesting issues, and issues that are great fun to talk about, and are very thought-provoking issues to discuss. So at the end of the book, I dig into those. So that's my book, The Road to Conscious Machines, the story of AI. It's out now, published in the Pelican series. The US edition is published by Flatiron Publishers in New York, and that's coming out early in the new year under the title A Brief History of Artificial Intelligence. I hope you have the opportunity to read the book, and if you do read the book, please do let me know what you think about it. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the AICon studio. I love the fact that AICon isn't over yet, but Tom Gray has already started planning his next global AI conference in Northern Ireland, focus on the creative sector. And just to echo Frank's comments in the channel there, that I think there's some incredible world-leading examples of R&D in the creative sector produced here in Northern Ireland. Just another example of them punching above their weight in the global industry. So thank you for tuning in to the final segment of AICon 2020, focusing on AI in the public sector, probably a bit more of a serious topic than we've seen the previous 2 days at AICon. I'm particularly thinking of Austin Tanney's sex robots extract. So my name is Ruth McGuinness. I'm Business Development Director of AI at Kainos. I was really delighted to be asked by Tom Gray and Austin Tanney to come in and co-chair this year's AICon. I've worked with public sector organisations over a number of years in different roles, and I think it's fair to say they often have quite an unfair reputation for being slower to adopt emerging technologies in the way that their counterparts across other sectors have been, and we've seen some incredible examples of that acceleration over the last 2 days at AICon. Focusing specifically on the opportunity for AI in the public sector, I want to draw out that there's so much more potential for it to do more than simply improve internal processes, but actually when applied in the right way, AI has the potential to deliver outcomes for society at large, and it's already delivering benefits beyond simple process optimization, with the potential to actually deliver better public services and to tackle long-term global challenges like climate change and inequality. I just want to put that in context for you with some statistics. So a study at the end of 2019 found that 2/3 of public sector organisations saw AI as a genuine digital priority for them. At that time, only 9% were actually using it to significantly change their ways of working. And a further 4% of that 9% were actually using it in scale, in production, to achieve high outcomes that resulted in organisational transformation. So for me, that paints a picture of a sector that has a genuine desire to change and to transform how they're working. But it's also a sector that, unfortunately, is being prevented from doing so by genuine or perhaps perceived organisational blockers. So we're now coming to the end of 2020, much to everyone's relief, I'm sure. And it's a year that's created a very different landscape for technology adoption in the public sector. And I just wanted to take this opportunity actually to pay attention to that and to reflect on some of the positive outcomes that we've actually seen from COVID-19 on the public sector. And everyone will be sick of hearing about COVID, but this is actually, I think, important to touch on and reflect on. So COVID has significantly sped up the adoption of data and AI in the public sector by pushing its processes, people and services online as an absolute necessity. And it's forced local, regional and national governments to lead by example through using technology to solve unprecedented challenges. In a few short months, we've seen public sector organisations that were perhaps having their data stored on-premise and maybe even organisations that were fully paper-based digitise their services on a scale and at a pace that might have seemed genuinely impossible before, if not at least unachievable in the short term. So public sector organisations have learned to facilitate a remote workforce, as have we all. They've collaborated more closely with private sector organisations in a way that they never had before to close the skills gap and also to develop some truly innovative solutions to fight COVID-19. Health and social care workers globally are doing everything in their power to manage the threat of COVID-19 from the front lines, but behind the scenes, there's been another line of defence that has been quietly playing a pretty critical role in the fight against coronavirus, and that's data. Public sector organisations have used data and AI, supported by rapidly implemented technology infrastructure, as a weapon in the fight against COVID. From tracking the spread in real time to educating the public through hourly and daily news reports that we've grown so familiar with, and also tracking and tracing close contacts of the virus to alert people that they've been put at risk. These advantages will be really encouraging for citizens who already wanted public sector organisations to match the speed, quality and personalisation that they've grown to expect from the private sector. But I think as we all adapt to the new normal, citizens will expect the public sector to sustain this pace of change and continue to build on their progress by coming truly digital first in their service delivery. And look, AI can be a big part of that solution, as we've already seen this year through COVID. But that's only if public sector organisations continue to exploit AI to its full potential. And things like senior leadership buy-in, formalised approaches to industrialisation of AI, and an experimental mindset and culture certainly hold the key to successfully embedding AI at scale in the public sector on an ongoing basis. And this is a topic that I'm hoping to kind of address in more detail later on today. So my goal for this afternoon is twofold. One, I want to challenge that long-held 2019 view that public sector organisations are perhaps operating in the technological dark ages. And I really want to shine a light on how many of them are actually now at the forefront of leveraging technologies like AI in production to deliver real benefits for the citizens that live and work within their areas. And also how those organisations are now actually acting as exemplars for other organisations and other sectors to follow. So a very different public sector landscape that we would have been familiar with in 2019 and even at the start of 2020. Secondly, on a more kind of realistic front, although I think it's really important to shine a light on these successes and to look back at how far the public sector has come in the last 9 months, I also really want to draw attention to the fact that public sector organisations face real and truly significant challenges to leveraging their data in a way that allows them to transform how they work. And part of our discussion this afternoon will be exploring the uniqueness of those challenges and forming a genuine view on how we could look to resolve them in the near term. Our first session this afternoon, I'm happy to say, will be aligned to the first goal, which is to shine a light on an incredible cutting-edge application of artificial intelligence in the public sector. And I think your minds are going to be slightly blown by this. We'll be joined by Caroline Ames, Engagement Manager at Faculty, Dr. David Sauerwein, Data Scientist Faculty, and Gavin Mallion, who is Head of Geospatial Engineering at AECOM. So Caroline, David and Gavin will be showcasing how they've used computer vision and a human in the loop to innovate the real sector. They'll also be covering the importance of combining AI with expert human decision-making when performing safety-critical tasks that can actually impact the lives of citizens. That session is really not to be missed, so stay tuned. After that, we'll take just a short break before starting our second discussion of the afternoon, which will focus more on tackling my second goal and use the recently published National Data Strategy as a conversational vehicle to explore some of the known obstacles that public sector organisations are facing in leveraging their data, as well as some of the incredible opportunities actually that there can be afforded by a national strategy that sets out how to use and leverage data in the public sector. So I'm delighted to say that for that conversation, I am being joined by some truly incredible and knowledgeable speakers. And I actually can't believe I've managed to get these people all together on a call. So that includes the head of the National Data Strategy, Gaia Marcus, who better? The deputy head of the Office for AI, Nick Swanson, the UK Public Sector General Manager of AWS, Chris Heyman, the head of data science at the Department for Work and Pensions, Charlie Boundy, and the head of AI at Kainos Group PLC, Peter Campbell. And I really hope that you'll stay tuned for that session this afternoon. Now let's hand over to Caroline, David, and Gavin for their session on leveraging computer vision to innovate the real sector.
Thanks, Ruth, and thanks very much to the organisers of AICon and Kainos for having us here today. We are really excited to share some of our thinking and also our recent work with you guys. As Ruth said, I'm Caroline and I'm an engagement manager in the engineering and built environment practice at faculty. I am joined today by my colleague David, who is a data scientist here, and Gavin, who is the head of geospatial engineering at AECOM, with whom we have been working closely with over the last year. Before we get into the discussion, I want to start with a quick introduction to faculty. So faculty is an applied artificial intelligence business. We customize our technology to build high performance solutions to some of the world's toughest challenges in both the public and the private sector. We measure impact for the people that we work with, not just on revenue generated or costs reduced, but on services enhanced and lives saved. We have worked with more than 230 organizations across a range of sectors, but we have specific expertise in government, health, consumer, and engineering and the built environment. And we are excited today to talk a little bit about how our engineering and built environment work has now overlapped with our government practice through our thinking about innovation in public sector infrastructure. And finally, applied AI is all we do. We are a team of deep technical specialists, and we pride ourselves on delivering the best-in-class safe solutions for the people that we work with, whilst continuing our commitment on implementing safe artificial intelligence. So why are we here? Over the last few years, faculty has been working closely with operators of infrastructure and those that provide services to them to understand the challenges that are faced by the industry, as well as identify potential opportunities for innovation. We have observed some key differences on how asset operators manage their assets and have grouped them into the 4 broad categories you can see on my screen here. One of the places where we see the biggest potential for AI in this space is for long linear infrastructure, and in particular, rail. We are reliant on railways and our roads for social mobility, and these vast networks are operated and managed by public sector bodies looking to provide the most efficient, safe services that they can manage. But the nature of these operations mean that mandated safety inspections, minimizing downtime and prolonging asset lifetime are imperative to providing the services that we as society need. But these also come at a significant cost. In the last year, we have been looking at ways to build tools that will enable these services to be provided more efficiently and at lower cost, whilst maintaining safety standards. Thinking about the rail sector, in Great Britain and Ireland alone, there are 11,770 miles of railway. Network and Irish Rail undertake a significant number of demanding asset inspection and management activities to ensure that they maintain a detailed understanding of the rail network at all times, ensuring its safe, efficient operation. Current activities undergone to deliver these services include the detection and removal of vegetation encroaching on the tracks, ensuring safe clearance distance for trains on the track, and managing the trackside assets. Currently, these activities are performed through manual inspection. And due to the vast size of the network, they require significant time and cost investment. It is clear that the provision of tooling to drive efficiencies, minimize in-person inspections will enable faster, cheaper, and safer running of the network. But I think what we wanted to touch on today that Ruth very kindly introduced in her introduction is that through our work with industry operators and service providers, there is one thing that one glaring thing that has really stood out to us, which is that these tasks all require deep technical expertise, and they're also safety critical. No one really wants to build the AI algorithm that causes a new type of train to crash into a tunnel because the clearance measurement was performed incorrectly. So we have developed a strategy around what we call a human in the loop approach, with the aim of combining the best technical expert human decision making with artificial intelligence. Across faculty, we think of all the problems that we approach as falling somewhere on the axis that you can see here. Low decision complexity problems with low cost of error, for example, marketing decision making, can have a significant amount of automation. But then tasks relating to the management of the rail network are complex, deeply technical, and can result in significant detriment if they go wrong. The human in the loop approach integrates the ability of engineers with the relevant technical expertise to review results, make changes, or update proposed decisions made from the algorithm, particularly if the algorithm is less confident in the outcome that has come to, and feed them back into the system. This has the added benefit that additional high-quality training data can be generated with the algorithm, and improve its performance over time. So I've touched briefly on the benefits, but highlighting them here, the benefits are kind of twofold. So we have benefits from a machine learning perspective. It enables us to gain an understanding of the algorithm's performance in a holistic way, so both good and bad, and it helps us to make decisions quickly on how to improve the performance, and also understand in more detail its limitation. And then, as I just touched on, this feedback enables us to continually generate high quality training data, which in turn enables us to retrain the algorithm and improve it over time, but also get initial fast benefits from the early stages. I'm going to hand over to Gavin now, who's going to talk a little bit about the benefits he sees from an industry perspective.
Thanks, Caro. Hi, everyone. I guess in terms of engineering in general, and especially within public infrastructure, asset assessment and improvement is always heavily policed and regulated by policies and standards, and defined by a process. This provides tried and tested assurance and regulation for asset managers or infrastructure managers so that they can manage their assets effectively. But analysing these changes are often labour and time intensive, and obviously come at a cost, especially if not maintained and regularly checked. Whilst the faculty and AECOM collaborations have been for assets within the rail sector, there is no doubt this type of approach can be used for other types of infrastructure, especially long linear networks where assets are managed and spatially referenced. By identifying an asset-related problem, we have been able to deconstruct these processes and reimagine them through the use of AI to reduce time and effort, to provide a transparent approach where it's traceable to current methodologies, and being able to integrate it back into the current workflow, or reimagining the workflow for the operators that are using this on a daily basis. This means as a user, I am able to reduce lag between asset interventions, either for safety, maintenance, or renewal purposes, that my asset databases are up to date quicker and more efficiently. They relearn as they go, and I have less reliance on legacy information. This develops an acceptance and assurance process which is designed to turn data quickly, provide a higher quality asset database with fewer issues, and provide a much more reliable product. Thanks, Caro.
Great, thanks, Gavin. So I'm going to hand over to David now, who is going to take you through some examples of the work that we have been doing in the space and bring these kind of theoretical concepts that we've been discussing to life. So over to David.
Thank you, Caro. And yeah, I want to talk about two concrete examples of what we've been doing in this space. So in the first project I'd like to present, we automated the detection of vegetation encroachment on railways. Now, of course, for any railway operator, the absolute priority is to ensure the safety of their passengers and their workers. And one aspect of this is to manage all the vegetation that runs alongside the track and to flag areas where this vegetation could pose safety risk. And currently, this is undertaken by manual inspection. So really, engineers go on site, look at the vegetation, and then report if there is an encroachment issue. Now, together with AECOM, we've been working with the European Rail Network Operator to automate important aspects of this workflow. So concretely, what we did is we automated the identification and the precise location of the vegetation to then flag high-risk areas to engineers so that they can then get an overview of potential risky areas and then prioritize their work. And the way we did that more precisely is we took 2D video footage that was collected from the front of a train. That's what you see here. And then our main solution was composed of two core components. In the first step, we trained a deep learning algorithm to segment this video footage and identify different trackside assets. So for example, here in purple, you can see the rails themselves, and in yellow, we can see different kinds of vegetation. So then we have located these assets in the 2D video. In the next step, we took this video footage and actually used it to 3D reconstruct the whole scene so that we have the structures in 3D space. And so if on the next slide, we combine these two things, that means that we took this front-facing video footage, segmented it, reconstructed it, and in this way got the precise 3D location of all the vegetation in there. Could then check whether it encroached on the tracks and flag this to engineers. And then engineers could look at that, and we can actually then project this back into different views. For example, a bird's eye view or a forward-facing view, so that engineers can assess the situation and make decisions based on that. And overall, that worked extremely well. So we could detect and measure 95% of all the vegetation present. And it's important to say that these tools that we've developed are generalizable tools that can, of course, be applied to many other parts of the public sector, especially in the built and engineering environment. And actually, we use them also in similar methods in the second project, in which we used 3D LiDAR data to perform clearance assessments for railways. So railway operators, of course, have a myriad of different trackside structures that ensure that the whole system is working safely. That starts with signals and signs, so small structures, all the way up to large structures like tunnels and bridges. And so an operator has to first know where exactly these structures are, but also regularly needs to assess the clearance of rolling stock with respect to these structures. And again, currently this is undertaken by manual engineering service, where engineers go on site, find the structures, and then measure them manually. And we've been working, faculty in AECOM, with a European Rail Network Operator to again automate important aspects of this process. So we took 3D LiDAR data that was collected through a laser sweep on a train, and then had a range of supervised and unsupervised methods to first detect these structures. So for example, signals, in this 3D point cloud, and then measure their precise location with respect to the rails to millimeter accuracy. So what we see on the next slide is an example of such a point cloud that was collected. So it's a whole railway line, so it can be spanned over hundreds of kilometers. And in this video, we detected overbridges, for example. So here we can see an overbridge. They were all detected, and in the next step, precisely measured, again to millimeter accuracy. Then all of this, and then we can check whether there are some clearance violations. And all of this information is fed forward into a database, and then this database powers an application that allows engineers to interact with the results, and that's what we see here. So they're presented with a screen with the whole, in this case, UK railway network, and they can see, click on a line and see whether there are new potential clearance issues. They can click on it. They can identify the precise structure that causes a new clearance violation on the next slide. So for example, here a signal, they have all the important information around the signal in this case. They know where it is, they see it on a map view. They can get all the track measurements around the signal. So for example, the curvature that was measured by our algorithm. And of course, they can see the points that caused the clearance violation potentially, and they can check cross-references with the 3D point cloud, which is what we see here. And they can even check this in 3D. And that's really important to build trust so that engineers trust the system, of course, to ensure safety, but also to improve the algorithm over time. So because if they think that some points should be added to this clearance assessment, they can do so and feed it back into the algorithm. And so overall, what we've presented with these two examples are just kind of the reusable pipelines that we've built. And in this case, applied to the railway sector, but of course, they can be applied to a wide range of other problems. And with this, back to Caro.
Thanks, David. So, I mean, I hope that kind of brings to life some of the work that we've been doing and kind of some of the opportunities that we see for this type of work in this space. I think one thing that's important to talk about now, though, are some of the learnings that we've accrued through this work and also kind of through our adjacent thinking. So I think broadly, these learnings can be grouped into 3 topics. And I think probably anyone who works in the sector generally could group all of their learnings into exactly the same topics, but first data, then algorithmic, and then human. So from a data perspective, we see data availability and quality as key drivers for the potential of success of the work in this space. And I think one key point to make here is that this is not just a volume point, but a kind of variety point. To be able to build algorithms that will be generalizable across, for example, the whole network, rail network, and then thinking even bigger across the kind of road networks, training data used in development must cover an even distribution of kind of structure, vegetation types, and also provide kind of a representative view of the landscape that you're going to be using it in. And it might seem kind of like an obvious point, a machine learning algorithm that's trained on a high-speed commuter line will not perform well on a rural, single track line, for example. But I think it takes time and experimentation and also industry understanding to kind of come to that conclusion. And I think the kind of final point on data, actually, which is for algorithms of this type, testing them and getting ground truth data is quite hard. And that's because these processes that have always been performed manually are subject to, the existing databases are subject to, human error, also machine error. And so therefore kind of understanding the true performance of your algorithms is quite hard, and getting access to the ground truth data, is challenging, and it's just something that needs to be considered when evaluating performance. Then kind of building on these data points, I think one of the things that we have learned from our work, particularly, in rail, is the nature of the structures. They're complex, they're varied, and they are different based on kind of where you are in the UK, and then obviously, picking that bigger where you are in the world. And kind of the ability of machine learning to detect all structure or vegetation types is not uniform. So, as the solutions are developed further, we expect that additional data sources will need to be incorporated to achieve performance goals across all structures. As David mentioned, we currently actually use a mix of supervised and unsupervised methods for structure detection. And a lot of that, and the reasons particularly for the use of unsupervised methods, is as a result of this issue. So I think thinking about kind of the representative sample, one thing that we've noticed across all the computer vision problems that we worked on at faculty, the number of edge cases. And, in some applications of computer vision, this is not a problem. But if you're trying to use these algorithms to kind of replace an existing process, you need to account for these edge cases. And they all need to be considered in order to build a solution that, can actually be a viable alternative to the current methods that are used. And I think this is one of the key reasons that, this human in the loop approach that we've been touching on throughout this presentation is so incredibly important. And then I think the final point to talk about is the kind of human aspect. So, the deep technical nature of the work that is done in this space means that there is a human aspect to this work. And I think, the kind of biggest learning that we have really had is the necessity of collaboration with subject matter experts in order to be successful. And I'm going to hand over to Gavin now just to talk a little bit more about that and why it's important that we collaborate together.
Thanks, Caro. Obviously, within the AI industry, and especially using SMEs to bring technology and a new domain thinking to redefine or reshape a process or a problem for infrastructure managers so that they can provide a new and novel approach that will ultimately reduce time, labour and cost to themselves in providing services and maintaining their assets. This only really works if there is that human in the loop, or there are whole points at which to scrutinise and validate assumptions or outputs. And building confidence in an AI approach is crucial. Take, for example, this parallel which I was thinking about whilst researching this presentation, and it's a rail-specific example, but many metro systems across the world are built to be fully automated. And the human in the loop is the train driver, and the train driver there is really only there as a safety blanket for the customers. They aren't necessarily there to operate the train, but their visual presence is a reassurance to the public as to the mode of safe operation. But over time, we learn to accept that they're not always necessary, and we don't question the need for that human intervention. Think of the sort of mobile systems used in airports and the Docklands Light Railway, for example, which operate fully automated nearly all the time. So with time, the human can be replaced based on the fact that we have an assured model and the system is working to its utmost. So building AI solutions in the infrastructure world, especially in rail, whilst heavily nuanced with processes and decision making, which is constructed from a legacy position from time, means that data is available and suitable, but can be challenging initially and take time to get into a format that is usable and manageable, but ultimately becomes rewarding when compared with the current manual human process, especially if it can be fully automated or even semi-automated, but still allow that critical intervention and safety standard to be adhered to. And I think these are the experiences certainly that I've picked up from the lessons and the work we have done together, working on with Network Rail on both the vegetation encroachment and the LiDAR for gauge clearance. Thanks, Caro.
Thanks, Gavin. So this actually brings us to the end of our talk, but I just wanted to reiterate again the kind of potential that we at faculty see for artificial intelligence to enhance the activities that are kind of undergone to maintain our public infrastructure. And again, reiterate Gavin's points And not to forget the kind of technical expertise required from an engineering perspective to ensure that this innovation can be integrated safely into business as usual practice. So I think, all that is left for me to say is a huge thank you again to the organizers of AICon and Kainos for having us here today. And if there's anything that you would like to discuss on the work that we have presented today or any of our thinking, please do feel free to get in contact with me. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you so much to Caroline, Davin and Gavin for that incredible showcase session with some of the innovative work that they're doing in the real sector. And I think it's amazing to see this type of artificial intelligence actually happening in anger in public sector. When I reflect back to even 3 years ago, whenever we were still having the on-premise versus cloud debate. So amazing how far we've come, and I hope you find that as interesting as I did. And I hope it achieved the goal of shining a light on kind of truly cutting edge applications of AI within the public sector and how AI is being leveraged to deliver real and tangible benefits. And maybe it's even given you a new perspective in terms of how these emerging technologies could potentially be leveraged to the benefit of society. So we're now going to take just a very short break to see another of our NI Screens films about artificial intelligence before coming back to our second session of the afternoon on the National Data Strategy. And just looking at my panellists on screen in front of me, I can promise you that we've saved the best for last. So I will see you shortly.
Motivation at Digital Catapult is to encourage companies to increase their level of investment in R&D by working with early stage businesses and by working with new and leading edge technology.
We build facilities first to be able to invest in innovation where industry is not willing to. And that's something that I would say no other organization is doing.
It's the fact that we have the deep knowledge between technology and industry and our ability to draw on our internal expertise to identify the right parties to put in the room to make things happen.
What I hope we're able to do is really encourage people, give people a vision of why that investment is worth making, where to start to make those first investments, and how to manage that process of change.
At Digital Catapult, we look at different tech areas, future networks, 5G, immersive. We also look at artificial intelligence, machine learning.
Machine learning certainly has the potential to reduce costs, increase productivity, and I think that once manufacturers are able to collect the right data, then that will unlock a lot of that potential.
Hello and welcome back to the studio for our concluding session on AI in the public sector, where we'll be discussing the impact of the recently published National Data Strategy. In the National Data Strategy, the UK government sets out an ambitious pro-growth strategy that aims to drive the UK in building a world-leading data economy whilst ensuring public trust in data use. Our panellists today will discuss the opportunity that the National Data as well as how the government specifically can tackle the obstacles that it faces in truly realising the untapped potential of data and what we as organisations and individuals can do to support the realisation of the National Data Strategy within government. For the majority of the session this afternoon, I will be driving discussion with our amazing panellists through some set questions. But for the final few minutes, we're going to open up the floor to you as the audience to ask questions. So please do submit these in the chat function as we go along. So let's take a few moments to allow our panelists to introduce themselves and give them tell us a bit about their background relevant to this discussion. So if we start in alphabetical order to make things simple, Charlie.
Hello, hopefully you can hear me okay. Charlie Boundy, so I'm the Head of Data Science and Analytics within DWP, and that's Department for Work and Pensions. I've been with the department for about 4 years and worked a lot in retail, utilities, lots of other departments, telcos, that sort of thing. And I'm really keen on the National Data Strategy fundamentally because it's the kind of scale of public works effort that we're going to need to do in the UK. So I'm really pleased to be here. Thank you.
Chris?
So thanks, Ruth. Good to see everyone here, and thanks for welcoming me on. Chris Hayman, I look after UK public sector for AWS. I've been with Amazon just over 8 years now. Been in the IT industry 20 years, and I'm focused at the moment on helping, governments, not-for-profits, healthcare organisations get to grips with data and solve some of their big problems.
And Gaia?
Hi, I'm Gaia Marcus. I head up the National Data Strategy for DCMS. In terms of my background, I've spent the past 2 years developing the strategy, ensuring that it's a strategy that speaks to the wider economy and society, as well as to government's use of data. But my background is very much charity sector, so I've tended to drive innovation in either digital or data-led products, mainly for the charity sector. Ranging from kind of setting up a youth homelessness helpline and the first ever open data source of youth homelessness data to working with communities in local areas across England. So very much kind of data and digital and what it can enable in terms of better lives.
And Nick?
Hi, I'm Nick Swanson. I am the Deputy Head of the UK Government's Office for Artificial Intelligence. I've been in post for 5 weeks now, just glancing at the calendar. My background is in, previously worked at the Greater London Authority on technology and economic policy. Obviously very excited about the National Data Strategy from an AI perspective, as it sort of creates the base level of what we need in place to build on for the wider AI policy.
Great, and last but not least, Peter?
Thanks, Ruth. So Peter Campbell from Kainos. So I'm the AI Practice Director at Kainos. So obviously I've got a strong interest in seeing how AI and ML can be used by organizations and how that then links through to better use of data, which is in the sweet spot of the National Data Strategy. So very pleased to be at AICon today to talk about this.
Brilliant. Thank you, everyone. I'm really delighted that you could join me this afternoon, and what an incredible group of people that we've managed to get together. So Gaia, I was going to say that public consultation into the National Data Strategy had concluded this week, but hot off the press from you is that it's been extended. So look, we can expect future iterations of the strategy over the coming months based on the public feedback that we get through consultation. For those that have not yet taken the opportunity to digest the strategy in detail, what are your 3 key takeaways that people should be aware of?
Fantastic, thank you. And yes, just to say, the consultation has been extended to the 9th of December, given the amount of interest. So if you've not had a chance to submit a response, please do, as we're really enjoying seeing those as they come through. And we've had quite an exciting and overwhelming amount already. So look, I think the main takeaways for me from the strategy are kind of threefold. Firstly, I think we very much set out the why. So why would you have a national data strategy? We really show the opportunities that we think we can unleash for the whole of the UK if we make better use of data, looking at kind of the potential for economic growth, for better jobs, but also improve public services, faster research and a fairer society. So I think that's the first thing, like, why would we do this? I think the second thing that we really set out is the what. We set out 5 key missions that are really about making the most of data for the UK, and these range from taking government's role in unlocking the value of data across the economy seriously, through to ensure that we transform government's use of data and that we champion international data flow. So there's a very clear articulation of what we seek to achieve. And then the third thing I think we really want to take away is the how. Through the work that we've done across the UK to date, we've really identified 4 key blockers and enablers of data use, which is foundations that work. So having kind of a data foundation that makes sense, having the capabilities and skills, ensuring data is appropriately available, and then ensuring that use is responsible. So we very much set out this kind of why, what, and how, and we're really keen to see people's feedback on it.
Perfect, thank you, Gaia. And I think some of the things that you just mentioned there are definitely themes of conversation that we're going to cover throughout the session today. Just Nick, coming kind of into you, you mentioned that you're interested in the national data strategy really from an AI perspective, which is natural given your position in the Office for AI. We heard from Professor Dame Wendy Hall yesterday at AICon in relation to the AI review. So she had articulated how government and industry should work together to implement a long-term strategy for AI in the UK. Just from your perspective, how does the national data strategy build upon those existing initiatives, such as the AI review and the AI sector deal, to create future opportunities for AI in government?
Yeah, so the data strategy builds on and interlinks with a huge amount of strategies and other pieces of work, which, as I mentioned, as a civil servant of 5 weeks, I've been spending a lot of my time trying to get my head around since joining. I mean, from the OAI's perspective, the data strategy is a framework for action. It's a central pillar of the government's sort of wider ambition to support a thriving, fast-growing digital sector in the UK, underpinned by public trust, something which is obviously key for artificial intelligence. However, we need to make sure that the NDS and our AI work is joined up with all of the other strategies which are sitting across government. So we also have the digital strategy, which sets out the government's vision and approach for harnessing data to support the UK's recovery from COVID-19, supporting the digital sector, digital skills, ensuring markets are competitive, and the innovative use of data are more important than ever in that context, in the context of the future recovery. So obviously AI is positioned as a key part of that. There's also the UKRI R&D roadmap, which sets out the long-term vision for R&D to continued commitment for our record increase in public investment to try and get to the 22 billion a year R&D spend by 2024. We've also got the industrial strategy refresh, which will reflect changing priorities in the UK, our new relationship with the European Union, and responding to the ongoing pandemic. But perhaps most importantly for me, and to go back to your question, I suppose, is the work that the AI Council, which Dame Wendy chairs, been working on some long-term thinking and recommendations for how AI should develop in the UK over the next few years. And when this thinking is published, it will offer insight and advice on the next steps that the government could take to ensure that AI is both an enabler and a driver of post-COVID recovery and beyond. So there's a lot of work going on, and I think 2021 will be a big year for policy in this area.
Perfect, Nick, thank you. So Nick and Gaia have kind of been discussing this really from a policy perspective. But Charlie, in some respects, you're kind of on the front lines in government, actually living it. Data is at the heart of how DWP is solving some of the country's biggest challenges, and you work with some of the biggest and richest data sets in the UK, holding data for more than 20 million customers with billions of records. So look, from the front lines, what do you see as being the key roadblocks that must be overcome before DWP and wider UK government departments could start to fully realise the benefits afforded from a national data strategy?
Yeah, I think there's 3 kind of key topics here. One of them is about perception around how we're using data. Another one is about making sure your outcomes are in your business strategy, they're strategic goals, they're not just playing around with data in the margins. Another one's around technical precedents and making sure those things are shared and understood and well kind of practiced. So if I just touch a little bit more on those. So the perception thing is, I really like the mission statements in the strategy because they recognise, like I said, the public works to scale effort that we've got to do. It's possibly a bit unpopular for this conference, but I think the use of the word AI is not heavy in the strategy. There is so much more that we need to do, which isn't just about AI. It's about really making sure that the overwhelming majority of the work that we've got to do to make sure the plumbing works and things are moving more freely and the skills are all there. Data isn't just a thing for statisticians and data scientists. It's very easy for people to kind of pass that that email over to somebody else. When you set the national grid up, that takes a lot more than just the scientists who invented electricity in the first place. So there's a lot more where really things like standards are really, really important to me. So not just data interoperability and data protection, but kind of engineering standards, your ML ops, all these sorts of things. The point about the strategy is, we've been fortunate to have quite a lot of innovation in the department, but then, the business strategy has really endorsed that, and it's made and enshrined things into our business strategy. And it just means aren't just saying kind of woolly things like make better use of data and let's use data more. It's for what purpose? What are we trying to make more effective? What are we trying to make cheaper? What friction are we trying to reduce from our customer journeys? And the final thing about technical precedents, we've done plenty of things now which have got precedents for transactional services on cloud, analytical services, APIs between departments, that sort of thing. But to move at the real pace that we need to do, which National Cybersecurity Centre are endorsing with their cloud security principles, those are the things that we need to get more and more precedent, less the exception and more the norm, and we share that between us.
Perfect, and it's great to hear you mention kind of ML ops as something that you've seen as a key thing that we need to consider kind of over the coming months, which kind of probably leads me in quite nicely to Chris. So Chris, you've been responsible for accelerating in government adoption of cloud and production use of cloud for almost a decade. Building on Charlie's comments, what do you believe are some of the recurring obstacles facing government departments as they kind of look to realise the full potential of their data, and what can AWS do specifically to support government to overcome these challenges?
Yeah, well, first of all, echo what Charlie's been saying. I think it's really important to sort of lay the foundations, having that sort of business strategy in place and having sort of top-down strategic leadership and imperatives around that data is really super important. It's not just about the technology per se. So I want to echo that, and I think the work that DWP and beyond in government is doing in this space is actually really innovative and is leading the world globally. So I'm really proud to be a part of that. I think from an AWS perspective, clearly we think cloud is a great enabler for this. The ability to try things, to experiment, and if it doesn't work, then to fail fast. I think that's kind of one element. I would also, to echo what Gaia was saying about skills, I think there's a really important piece here that we all need to, as a tech sector and government, sort of come together and look at. AWS is certainly an organisation that's investing significantly in skills in kind of digital and data and cloud in general. And I've certainly got a keen eye on how we can help with apprenticeships and these spaces and across the full area and across the full spectrum. So I think skills is going to be really, really important. I think we've seen a few really interesting use cases in government. I think one thing that I thought was really interesting was Transport for London a while ago now, sort of opened up their APIs and crowdsourced their application development. So immediately they sort of unlocked their data to some 4,000 odd developers, which I thought was a really interesting approach, and having that ability and sort of notion around open data was one thing that I think can really help as well. Obviously not all data is going to be open, but that was one example that I thought was quite unique. But it means that you can focus on those things that are really important to your mission. So for TfL it was one around safety. So how many cyclists get injured on the Marylebone Road, and what can we learn from that data? Can we stop trucks turning left on cyclists and all those sort of things? And by having that sort of community of 4,000 developers, you've instantly got a significant increase in the amount of people that can crowdsource this. So I think there's a few things there, but agree with my sort of fellow panelists on laying the foundations there. I'll pause there. Thanks, Ruth.
Perfect. Thank you, Chris. Gaia, just kind of reverting back to you, we've heard some perspectives from policy, kind of government and cloud, but the National Data Strategy, most importantly, will have far-reaching impacts for citizens. So how can the strategy help government departments to harness the public good that data can help us achieve with people and the places they live as a focus point?
Thank you. I mean, I think that's a question that really comes to the heart of the strategy. If you look at why, I think the fundamental question is making the most of data for the UK. And although there's, of course, a massive growth focus in the strategy, firstly, I think that does actually contribute to people and places they live, because it's about having a kind of prosperous economy, especially as we emerge from the pandemic. But I think we do ask fundamental questions around how data can be best used to make a fairer society, the role that data has in ensuring that everyone is benefiting from policy, for example, ensuring that we are evaluating policy. And I think also for me, I think the point that was raised earlier around perceptions is quite interesting. Data sometimes to some of a kind of, we only really hear about data and arguably anything actually when there are problems. And especially having come from kind of the charity sector and from medical research, especially, the better use of data is so important for not only a fairer society, but for saving lives. And I think anything that we can do to continue the conversation we've started around how we as a country want data to be used, and how, whilst we must ensure that the risks of data use are as an opportunity, and really asking questions around how we as a country want data to be used for the benefit of all, I think is fundamental, and it does really go to the heart of the strategy there. I think obviously mission 3, which is around that, the data that government has access to is better used in the provision of services is a fundamental part of that answer. But I do really believe in the power of the conversation that we've been having for the past 2 years. This very much hasn't been an example of government just doing a thing and walking away. We had the call for evidence over last summer, where we spoke to over 250 organisations through 20 roundtables, did a call for evidence, and then worked with colleagues across government to produce the strategy. And again, this is, as you've said, part of a conversation. And for me, there's actually value for citizens in that conversation itself, in ensuring that these really fundamental questions about how we want to be country as a society, as a country, or how we want to be data as a society, as a country, are had in the open. So I really hope this is part of that public discourse, questions of how we want to contribute to the greater good, as you say.
Thanks, Gaia. And I think it's really important for, as we're describing them as citizens, but really the audience who are watching this session today, to understand that this is a strategy for them as much as it is a strategy for government. And Peter, I think the kind of citizen-facing elements is probably quite poignant for you, given your role in Kainos. So Kainos have been delivering citizen-facing digital services on behalf of government for decades. So reflecting back on your experience in government over the last kind of number of years, what does the government could lead by example to achieve the mission set out in the National Data Strategy?
Thanks, Ruth. Yeah, I mean, I think government can do so much to drive this data economy that Gaia kind of referred to there. And I think there's lots of things that government could do. We don't have time to cover them all here, but I perhaps just pick out 2 that government could focus on. So firstly, I think there's some really good conversations started with the NDS around guidance and policy. But I think moving beyond policy to that delivery kind of focus that Charlie mentioned earlier. I think if government then turns its attention to actually doing data sharing and doing that kind of sharing with third parties in a safe, secure, private way, I think that will demonstrate to the entire economy what can be done with data, the benefits of data, and also how to do that safely and successfully. I think looking at the history of what government has done before, we started working with government intensely whenever the digital transformation agenda was kind of raised, nearly 10 years ago. And that was, looking back over the last 10 years, that's helped to transform not just how government departments and agencies engage with citizens, but also setting a template for the private sector, for the entire economy, as to how you should do digital in a way that has meaningful impact. And I think government has an opportunity to do a similar job here in the kind of data transformation equivalent of that digital space. I think the second thing that government could do to lead by example is to kind of, again, move beyond guidance to actually moving towards that standards piece again that Charlie referred to. So, for example, as part of a standards piece, helping to certify tooling or certify platforms that kind of meet the guidelines for data sharing. So, for example, if Chris had a nice Amazon service that allowed you to securely share between different organizations and anonymize some of that data effectively. If government certified, for example, that service was met all of the guidance for data protection and NCSE certifying that it was secure, that would give organizations and people, I guess, an easier way to start to do that sharing and put it into practice. So that's two ways, Ruth. I guess there's plenty more.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Peter. And Charlie, given Peter's comments there on how government departments can lead by example, I'm really curious to hear from your perspective. So we've seen the role of the data scientist in government become so critical and more important, particularly over the last number of years. So just coming to you, what does the future of data science look like in government?
I think it's a really interesting question. We've been having a big push on data science across government for the last, 5 years. And it's really to kind of get the attention of what we can do with data and what's possible with data. And I think data science as a term was a useful thing to, get lots of interest and innovation going. But I think if the pandemic taught us anything, it taught us a lot, and it's still going, obviously, but that we need data faster, and we need to effectively reassess kind of how we best deliver our services. So that innovation is really coming to the fore now, and it's really in heavy demand. And a lot of the work that my teams were doing were even more critical than before, where things were kind of in a bit more of a business as usual sense. I think if you think about kind of the future, if you really establish the fact that health episodes, unemployment episodes are fundamentally life events, not just transactions to react to. So I think the individual, learning from millions of interactions and how individual services or combined services are delivered, we need that information. We need to look at how we configure government. We need to look at how we deliver kind of more proactive services. So some of the things we're exploring are around, adaptive risk-based governance, longitudinal event data and the feedback that gives us from digital offerings to be available much faster, to be able to get into those services operationally, to embed analytics. So I think also the new levers that we're able to pull, so we don't just think about our traditional services, but there's some very innovative policymakers emerging who understand kind of with a bit more data literacy on what's possible, that they can do things that improve the life chances of individuals and things like it's just mentioned there from Peter really is that ways of sharing data across government. Data trust is a thing we're exploring. So it's not just about data science and data scientists, but like I said earlier, the wider wrapper of familiarity, policymakers, technical skills. So the real engineering, the real confidence amongst a wider set of disciplines gives us that kind of future where we can be a lot more nimble and agile than us individually doing things. So yeah, I think the future looks really positive because fundamentally the future has to happen now because of what the pandemic's triggered us to want to make happen.
Yeah, perfect. Charlie, thank you. Nick, just reverting back to you, we've kind of heard critical skills as a recurring theme that's been mentioned by all of our panelists. And really it's seen as a key obstacle to government in building their internal capability. How do you think the National Data Strategy can look to address the shortage of data skills and research professionals as highlighted in the AI review? Tough question.
Tough question. I think there's two sides of it. Obviously, skills and talent are, a number of one of the sort of main inputs alongside computing power and data that you can't overstate the importance of when it comes to AI. I mean, the data strategy itself plans for 500 analysts across government to be trained up in data and data science by 2021. The analyst in my own team was telling me about his excitement around just this morning. But obviously, the government capacity in this area is only going to improve with a sort of general uplift in the talent base across the UK, and which is why the majority of the sort of work to date that the OAI has been working on has been on attempting to address this question. And since the AI review, we've taken quite a few steps to address this skills shortage. We've had the AI fellowships to attract and retain top AI talent into the UK. We obviously operate in a very competitive global market. We've announced 16 new AI centres for doctoral training at universities across the UK, delivering 1,000 new PhDs over 5 years. And then industry funding for AI master's places funded by the likes of DeepMind and Accenture. We also have 2,500 places across the UK for AI and data science conversion courses, which will start this year, including 1,000 government-funded scholarships. And so far, we know that the scholarships have been awarded to, I think, 76%. They're about female students, 25% Black and minority ethnic students, and 15% to disabled students. So there's still a long way to go, obviously, but we are going.
Sounds like you are. Thank you, Nick. And Chris, just kind of building on what Nick has said, there's definitely a way that AWS can look to address the skills shortage. So it'd be great to hear from you. What are some of the ways specifically that you think your organisation could start to support the future of data in government through building the necessary technical capabilities?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, isn't it? It's so, something that we're doing, we're investing heavily in this place. We have a program called Restart, which is aimed at reskilling military veterans and young people. And we've got 5 new Restart locations across the UK that we've just announced. We've just done, as part of our agreement with UK government, we're going to train 6,000 civil servants up. So there's definitely kind of an area in which suppliers can really lean in this space, and absolutely we're keen to do that. I think another element as well is collaboration. I think collaboration is key here. I think what we've seen with the pandemic is that the supply community and the government across departments have come together, worked on some really hard problems and got fantastic results in a really short period of time. Obviously with the relevant safeguards in place around data, but I think that's going to be really important moving forwards. I think one thing, just from a technical standpoint, I don't think machine learning is no longer just sort of in the purview of data scientists. I think we've seen with some of the tools that AWS have announced this week that actually more and more people, of course, we'll still have the data scientists, practitioners who want to use the low-level tools and TensorFlow and all these sort of things, but more and more other people are going to be able to sort of derive business insights from data, not just within the data scientist community. But I think it's really going to be important for us to collaborate on these things, these hard problems, and come together and solve them together rather than in silos.
Perfect. And Gaia, just to come to you, before we move on to questions from the audience and kind of conclude the main part of our discussion, could you explain to everyone the next steps for the National Data Strategy now that the public consultation has kind of come into a close? What can we expect to see next?
Fantastic, thank you. Just to say that I would really recommend that people do have a look at the actions that government has already committed to through the strategy, just because we do have an immense programme of activity already, and not all of which is actually being consulted on in terms of data standards for government, in terms of skills training, as Nick was rightly pointing out. And we're really keen for the input that we receive to really respond to the work that we've already set in train. So in terms of where we are, the consultation closes at midnight on the 9th of December. It's a bit of a quirk of gov.uk, so that's how the timings work. Apologies for that. And so look, we're already well into 3 figures in terms of responses, which is fantastic. So there will be a period of analysing those responses, working across government to understand them, and setting up the beginnings of what could be seen as the implementation programme for the strategy. We will be back with the consultation response in 2021. and look forward to just kind of continuing this conversation about this strategy through future publications, through updates to the monitoring and evaluation framework, and to the approach that we're taking to accountability and ensuring that actions are taken forward, as well as future updates on how we'll be working with stakeholders to ensure that this is very much a joint endeavour, as we're very clear that government cannot do a national data strategy alone. So we're really keen to work in partnership as far as possible. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing all the responses. And even if it's the first you've heard of it, if you do want to put a response in, please do, because we've had some fabulous input so far and we're keen to hear from more people.
Perfect, thank you. And the National Data Strategy public consultation response has been a big priority for Peter's team in Kainos, so he is due to submit a response if he hasn't already. So let's turn to our audience now. So one of the questions that I'd like to pick out is, so we've seen digital transformation kind of take place in government over the last decade or so, and do the panelists feel that data transformation is a natural follow-on to the revolution of digital transformation? Maybe, Peter, I'll go to yourself because I know you have some thoughts on that particular topic.
Yeah, I mean, in a word, yes. I think data transformation is the natural evolution of digital, because digital is all about connecting services, providing better services to citizens, and collecting that data digitally and using that for better means. But a lot of the early services have focused very much on that transformation of the experience, not necessarily transformation of what can be done with the rich data sets that have been taken in. So for me, the natural next step is, okay, we've got this rich collection of data being kind of resident across all of these many government services. What can we do with them? What more can we do with them? How can we use machine learning, AI, data science to make better use of them? And as Charlie has said, all of the plumbing and data engineering that's needed to join all that up, which is a fairly significant task in its own to help do that.
Great, thank you. And another question, probably targeted at you, Gaia. What is the process of kind of taking on board the public comments that are actually submitted as part of the consultation process? How do you actually filter that into the strategy document itself? And just, they were quite cheeky and they've asked 2 in 1. And when do you actually see the strategy start to filter down into the front lines, so to speak, with Charlie and government? Is it a right now, or is it, is it next year? I guess the question is.
Fab, are those both for me?
Yes.
Fab. Yeah, so look, I think we were very clear that we were consulting both on the framework of the strategy and then the individual policy proposals. I think really the answer to that will depend on the response that we receive. I think it's very hard to prejudge how far the actual strategy framework itself needs to change. I think in terms of, so my background's more in business as usual data strategies, in terms of kind of the pillar that underpins it, the pillars, they are broadly right. Obviously, we'll have to see what the feedback we get is. But if you were to set up a business as usual data strategy, you would be looking at your enterprise architecture, so your foundations. You would be looking at skills and cultures, so your capabilities. You would be looking at your access protocols, so availability. And then you'd be looking at your kind of permissions, so more the responsibility framework. Obviously, when you look to a whole country, that is quite a different piece. So we'll really need to see what the feedback is that's coming back. The strategy set out 50 odd actions, which I've been told are actually 70 actions because a couple of them were nested. Some of that work is already well underway. I think there is some activity where we very clearly had to consult, so we have been doing so. I think areas around fixing the plumbing, government use of data, these are all areas that actually we already have a mandate to be doing that work. And that work has started. So the Data Standards Authority is live. We just had a release this week, actually, of an update on the data quality framework through the ONS. Some of the work was kind of fiscally dependent. So some of that will depend on also our coronavirus response. As you can imagine, government does have to prioritise resources where they're most needed. But yeah, there is very much a balance, I think, to be had between that work that very much needs debate, and that we will be then using to reflect in further iterations, and actually work especially on fixing the plumbing that is overdue and that government has really been getting on with and setting out its plans for implementation. In future publications, we hope to be able to show the monitoring evaluation framework for those 50 actions and any additional work, and really show how we've taken on input from the consultation and then fed that into practice. And I'd be very keen to hear what Charlie says, but data is an incredibly live community in government, and there's so much work going on. So I think one of the intentions of the strategy wasn't that nothing was happening already. It was to give kind of coherence and impetus to existing work and just show how it's all moving in the same direction with a conjoined policy framework. But it's an incredibly live sector with so much ongoing work. So yeah.
Perfect. Maybe Charlie, you would like to add some final thoughts to that before we close out our discussion?
Yeah, definitely. I think the reality is the strategy is something we can work alongside existing teams. We've got data scientists or digital performance analysts embedded in feature teams because we're developing agile products as we go. And we've got to develop those with the data standards in at the heart. So, big programs like health or universal credit need to do that digital transformation alongside the data transformation as well. And make sure that we're learning as we go, because things will continually iterate. So I think recognition that this is, like I said, to be baked into work from early doors, as well as the strategic goals for how we make this easier for people to do and less difficult to hire specialist skills and things like that. That's critical. So incredibly valuable.
Perfect. Thank you. And the voice in my ear is telling me, unfortunately, we've reached the end of our session. Some fantastic discussion points raised, and really, we're hearing the opinions from the people who are leading the conversations in their own sectors. So that's incredible for us to have experienced. Just as a final takeaway, I would really urge everyone who's watching to familiarise themselves with the National Data Strategy and really what it means for them as an individual, and recognise its importance and the potential it has to really guide us as a society towards a better future, driven by data and AI, of course. Thank you again to my incredible panelists for joining us this afternoon. So that concludes the final session of AI in the public sector. So I'm now going to pass you over to the wonderful and magnificent Austin Tanney, who will close out AICon 2020. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you very much indeed. Well, look, we've come to the end of AICon 2020. Hard to believe, actually, that it's gone so well. I know we had a few technical difficulties when we started at the beginning of yesterday, which was a little bit stressful, but everything has come through really well. On the whole, when we did AICon last year, the first time, I was so impressed with how well it went. I was so happy with the event. I thought it was fantastic. And I didn't think we'd be able to do better this year, but we did. And I think that's very much huge thanks to our fantastic chairs, Fiona, Adrian, Harry, Ruth, and of course, my co-organizer, Tom. We've had a great amount of diversity across the last 2 days. We've talked about AI and fintech, AI in the public sector, the data strategy you just heard about. We've talked about applied AI and AI in startups. We've talked about AI research and innovation. And fascinatingly, we've seen AI in the screen industries. And a huge thanks to Future Screens NI for running the competition that's allowed us to generate these fantastic short films that we've seen over the last few days. From a purely self-indulgent perspective, I really enjoyed my session that I did yesterday on the impact of AI on arts, society, and culture. On the whole, the content was dense. We had a lot going on over the last 2 days. And you can, of course, go back and watch the things that you've missed on the replay on the conference website, or indeed anything that you did see and wanted to go back and rewatch, you can do that as well. I would absolutely encourage that because, unless you've seen every minute of every talk, you've missed some good stuff. And I think it's really worth going back and having a look at that. There's been some real amazing highlights. As I say, having Dame Wendy Hall speak at the event was just phenomenal. And I think this is one of the interesting things about doing conferences virtually like this. you know, we've had great representation here from Northern Ireland, you know, seeing the Greg from Humane and Kevin from Metallic Peg and Chris from Enter Yes, you know, talking about AI and screen and entertainment. And of course, then local companies like Analytics Engines and Sonra Analytics and Catalai. It's great to hear about the amazing advances that those folks are making within AI. And then, of course, the global companies that have a big local presence like Liberty IT and Allstate have been fantastic to hear from as well. On the whole, as I say, I couldn't be happier with how this event has gone. Again, a huge thank you to the chairs, but also a huge thank you to our sponsors, without whom this, of course, would not have been possible. Thank you to Kainos, Matrix, Invest Northern Ireland, Liberty, Allstate, Digital Catapult, and of course, AI-NI, the team who I work with, who've helped out a lot with this. And hopefully a lot of the AI-NI members are watching right now and have enjoyed the event. I know a lot of them registered for this. Of course, none of this would have happened without Conor and the team at Ashling Events. After last year's event, obviously that was in person, and you know, we had quite a few hundred people there and it went really well. And I came away thinking that was a great one-off. We did a great job. It worked really, really well. That was a lot of work too. Will we do it again? And Conor phoned me, I think, the day after the conference saying, right, are you ready for next year's? Of course, we didn't expect this year's to be exactly as it was. You know, we didn't think this was going to be a virtual event. It worked great in person. And I would have been skeptical as to whether it would have worked virtually if it had not been for Beltec and the amazing success of Beltec this year and how well that went as a virtual event. And in fact, I think this has been even better than Beltec, sorry to say it. But, you know, I think we had over 800 people registered for this. We could not have had that number of people in a room in Belfast. So it's just been phenomenal to see the interest and the uptake for this. And I think it really reflects how well AI is developing in Northern Ireland, the great speakers that we had, but also the interest that we have locally. You know, the AI-NI, Artificial Intelligence Northern Ireland community that we have here is huge. We have around 1,600 members of that group. And every meetup that we organize face-to-face, the rooms were always full. Every venue that we booked, we would have filled it every time. And, you know, we've done virtual events since that have been great. And again, we've seen large numbers to this today. So it really reflects the huge interest in artificial intelligence that we see in the world today. So that's 2020 done. And I look forward to doing this again in 2021. Tom also announced the hugely exciting information about MTech. MTech Europe, and I look forward to working with Tom on that one because I think that will be a really phenomenal event to put on as well. It's amazing to be able to put Belfast on the map in this way. It's great that we've had global speakers, people from Google, you know, and people from large organizations all over the world to speak at this event, but still to be able to showcase the amazing talent that we have here in Northern Ireland. And of course, we got the announcement about the AI Centre of Excellence. It was great to hear the talk from work that's been done by Digital Catapult. I've been very happy to be involved in that, and I'm very much looking forward to that moving forward and seeing the AI Centre of Excellence put in place. So we've got great homegrown talent, we've got great homegrown companies, and we've got global reach here in Northern Ireland. And it's fantastic to be able to be involved in events like this, where we can really showcase Northern Ireland, but also take the global leaders and bring them to talk here in Northern Ireland as well. Of course, the most important people are those of you that are actually watching this. If people weren't tuning in or weren't attending, there'd be no point in doing it. So thank you very, very much for attending. And I hope to see you all again back here in 2021. Thank you.